Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
¿Dónde está?
Uy, uy, uy.
Ah, gas.
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wow, this is amazing.
I mean, I had a break, so... do you want to try? I'll be right back.
I want to try. Me? Maybe. What am I gonna do?
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Wow! VIT! Incroyable, magnifique! What? No! What are you doing? What are you doing? No, keep it! It was so good!
Yours was better.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick.
Tom Kent?
What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died. Awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it with the pain? Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the tides. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again.
Welcome everyone to the 2024 Spring Playoffs Lower Bracket Semifinals here at the LEC. Today, it's gonna be do or die as we will be sending one of our current top 4 teams home, and they'll be enjoying the lovely Berlin weather until Summer Split actually starts. I'm your host, Jeannie, joined this time around with Finn and Broxa. Lovely to have you.
Lovely to be back. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, great to be
with
here.
Brox as always, my good friend here to my left.
Hey, we have both teams as well. They have arrived here, but I hope everybody had a chance to recover mentally, emotionally, physically, and as well as spiritually from yesterday's games of G2 going up against BDS. We did actually delight us with the first lane swap here in the LEC for this year, as well as some pretty interesting meta picks.
Yeah, I think just more than anything, them being able to bring out something different, change up the meta a little bit, was a very cool strategy, especially because their logic was, hey, we have a group of older guys, we're going to prepare them coming into the series with the lane swaps that haven't been played since 2016, and the younger BDS, well, actually were more prepared than I expected, but the idea behind it made a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I love the inspiration taken from the NIP game in the LPL. We saw it just a week ago, NIP did a lane swap similar to this. I think the main reasoning to do the lane swap is when you have like a weaker bot lane with a hyper carry and a tank on top, like the Sion. Sion being very comfortable playing in a 1v2 because if they dive in, they can still catch all of the wave. And the Jinx is gonna hit those top lanes so fast and gonna get a free lane and get into a beast late game. And I think they executed super well early game.
Yeah, are we expecting that today? Today maybe a little bit more brawly, you know, blow for blow?
Probably a little bit more chaos, fighting, team
like the
fighting,
sound of that.
skirmishing, what we're used to. But we'll see, you never know.
But we're used to an EU, right?
Yeah.
And Vitality will fight you. You don't have a choice. You can choose if you want to fight back or not, but they will fight you. They will drag you down into the mud with you and sprawl it out.
That sounds like a lovely time here at the LEC that we're going to be heading into. But first, another lovely thing here was our friendship with Smolder has ended officially. Congratulations for that. But a new dragon is in town, and that's our friendship with Aurelion Sol. It's a champion that has been picked here multiple times in the playoffs and is yet to lose a single game.
I mean, he's a very weird position right now because Aurelion Sol, as fundamentally, should be a late game scaling beast. But he also has a really strong level 1-3. So what he can do is he can trade really heavily on the first waves and actually put himself in a lane state that is favorable for him so he can get to that late game position more easily. You usually see it into the Azir most commonly because Azir doesn't really have the damage early game to fight him back and push him off these waves.
Yeah, I think that's the key part. Before Azir was like the monster pick that every team would prioritize, but now with Aurelion Sol into him, the mid lane meta has not exactly shifted, but A-Sol is 5 wins and 0 losses, and Azir all of a sudden is now sitting on a negative win rate.
Yeah, we're looking at Azir particularly with this Aurelion Sol matchup, and from the sounds of it, it's like if you want to go up against Azir, then you have to lock in the dragon.
Yeah. I mean, it is a good option, I would say, because even if the Azir wants to shuffle you, you can still ult on yourself and kind of stun him, and if he doesn't match that flash, then he's gonna get lasered down afterwards. So it's very dangerous for him to play as Tyrion Red Assault because you can't really play as aggressively as maybe you could against an Orianna or a Victor, a similar mage of a similar caliber.
It's also one of the few champions that actually is way stronger than the Seer in the late game. Like, you cannot outscale an Aurelion Soul.
That ultimate hurts.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some of that damage. Was absolutely crazy, to say the least.
Out of my game! I'm talking about proper dragons, you too, Prox, okay? For those not familiar, okay, it's time we get some actual love for Shyvana instead. What
What's
beautiful
going on
thoughts over there. Well, listen
that's
here.
Photoshop.
That is not Photoshopped. I am one of the best Shyvana top laners
Cap.
on this
Security.
servers. Play her AD, reject
is there anyone
AP,
that can
play
help
her
us here,
AD
please?
top instead.
Oh,
No,
get
Ryan,
him
I
out,
swear
get him
when
out,
you
get him
rework her, make her AD!
All right, well, we're going to be dealing with this. We have Trouble, Matt, and Pat already, so let's head over to it. And security, please do take him out.
Well, thank you, Ginny. Thank you guys for joining me. Mac, Pat, you guys told me to sit in the middle, so this is a little bit awkward to address both of you. However, we did just witness a little bit of shenanigans on the desk about Aurelion Sol. Would any of you like to talk about the particular pick, the counters that we might be seeing that we haven't seen yet?
Coolest champion in the game. He's a freaking star dragon, for God's sake. Like, can it be any cooler?
And
That's my opinion.
And on an analytical note?
That wasn't
That was the that was perfectly analytical. Pat, I'm gonna come over to you and ask you about the jungle a little bit, because we have seen a huge development in terms of Douglas and how he plays the jungle. And I know that you in particular have been working with him in his development. So is there anything that you thought that he has really hard worked on throughout both splits to get to where he is right now?
I think a lot of it has really come down to making sure that he's developed his champion pool, which we can see. Like, it's so much easier to draft like spring than it was in winter. And also the effort he's put in with working with me on developing like his fundamentals as a jungler in the game, but more specifically how he has been really open to talking to Healy and rewatch his sequences with Healy, and Healy has been super proactive in working with him as well. And I think that's probably where like the biggest differences has come from.
It's great to see Healy and Douglas working together. And on the subject of Healy-sang, he was there when all the lane swaps were happening. All these seasons ago, he was there. He's seen it, he lived it, he played it, he's done it all. I'm going to come straight to you, Mac, because there are rumors over in the ERLs. You know, G2 brought into Europe the whole lane swap thing. Scrims today are ending in 10 minutes. You know, everyone's trying lane swaps. If it fails, you go next until you get it right. And yesterday, we kind of saw BDS scrambling to try and figure it out. What is your opinion on the lane swaps?
I mean, it's a completely different way to play the game, right? And the metrics that you normally use to track kind of your success in the game, like your laning metrics and your CS upkeep and stuff like this, just don't really count anymore. And the whole early game operates completely differently, right? The role of the jungler is different. The role of the top laner is different. How much mid lane interacts with the other roles is different, right? Like, so I think it's an interesting way to gauge people's adaptability and kind of fundamentals, but they're also very, very different fundamentals. So I don't know if it's going to stick around or not. Sometimes these things are a phase and then they get phased out eventually. I mean, Riot doesn't tend to like lane swaps, so they tend to nerf them away pretty fast.
Like the top lane tower?
For example.
Yeah.
So they tend to get kind of zapped by the nerf gun pretty fast. So honestly, no idea if they're going to stick around for long, but it's really fun to watch when it's new. I think it tended to get stale, and that's why they were basically patched out of the game, right? When they'd been around for a long time, because they ended up being very uninteractive. But when one team doesn't know how to respond to it, it becomes very interactive.
Well, and your team tends to be very, very interactive, especially in the early game. So thank you so much, guys, for joining me. It's a pleasure to talk to both of you every single time. Best of luck versus your best of 5 in Fnatic versus Fnatic. Thank you very much. Take it away, Ginny.
Thank you so much, Trouble. All right, Fnatic going up against Vitality. I feel like lane swaps at this point, right, it's just like a phase, maybe not. But I want to talk about the stakes particularly, because we're looking at Fnatic and Vitality. They're currently one of our top 4 teams. And most importantly, if they want to make it to MSI, what do they have to do? Fnatic, they just need to make it to the grand finals. don't need to win it. Same for BDS. But when we're looking at Vitality particularly, that's when we get in a very peculiar position.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what, with Vitality, they have to make finals, right? That's obviously the goal of any team here. But they also have to win that finals because they do not have enough points to make it there. So for any of the teams currently playing, like, their main objective should still be, let's win, let's be the one that gets that victory. Because even if you are making it as a final, as a Fnatic or BDS, you still want to be the first seed. You don't want to be the one who has to play the play-ins. You want to be the best team that Europe sends. So yeah, goal 1, make it to MSI. Goal 2, as soon as that's happened, make sure you win the whole damn thing here in the LEC because you want to be first seed.
Sounds like a lot of pressure on the shoulders of these teams. And when we're looking at Fnatic against Vitality, none of these teams are strangers to pressure, right? They've had it before. But I also want to like poke your brain a little bit and have a quick pop quiz question. Try to say that quickly. But when's the last time that Vitality went up against Fnatic in a BO5 series?
Okay, I'm just gonna throw out a number.
Yeah.
2019.
Oh, actually, that's pretty close. But it was in 2021. So like you're 2 years off.
Man.
It's fine, don't worry about it.
Okay.
So it's been a while since they actually played up against each other in a series, and it seems that is very heavily favored in Fnatic's favor.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't really look good when I'm looking behind Broxah
Nope.
right now. We were talking about BDS G2 yesterday in terms of how difficult it was for BDS to kind of overcome this demon that's been G2, but obviously Vitality and Fnatic are two teams that's been in the European stage for a lot longer than BDS has, for example, and as it currently looks, not looking too good for Vitality here.
I'm just happy there was a series in 2019, so my memory is not entirely horrible. But
and you won it!
Yay! Congratulations!
But I think the Vitality we have now might be very different than the iteration back then. Usually they looked really dominant during the regular split, but they were like pretty one-dimensional and kind of struggled in playoffs when they had to adapt, whereas this one, they have so many crazy strategies, so many strong players, and I think going into the series is so hard to say what they're going to draft, and that makes them a really scary team.
Yeah, and particularly for Vitality, but also so much the case for Fnatic, if they have a lot of arsenal in their power, and that's particularly that bot lane that we're going to be looking at. Noah going up against Carzzy, both of these AD carries are great in their own rights, and they're so adaptable.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are two AD carries that made it to an international just last year for Worlds, right? But the pool for MSI is just that small, so for any of them to miss out on it would be such a devastation. But they're also so different in terms of what kind of play they actually brings to the Rift. Noah's been very happy to be on the scaling subject of these champions, but I think Carzzy's just such a complete AD carry with all the wacky picks that he's able to bring out, all the different kinds of style that they can also adapt to. So it's really going to be interesting to see which one of these AD carries will bring to screen today. For Noah, it looks like he's #1.
And I think that's a good point. Like, if you're on Vitality's side, most of your pressure in the early game comes from that bot lane, and you need Huli and Carzzy to be in a good position so Huli can roam, kind of guide Douglas throughout the rest of the early mid-game, and then everything comes together, whereas Fnatic, they have really, really strong mid and jungle that would usually push them forward, so if they can survive bot and go even, they should consider that a win.
Yeah, it feels like, however, though, we're looking at both the different approaches in terms of the early game, but when it comes to the mid to late game, they're both very team fight heavy.
I mean, let's just set the expectations for what today should be. It should just be brawl on brawl on brawl on brawl.
I'm excited. It's like classic year.
I mean, Fnatic against Team Heretics, some was mistakes, some of it was also just heavy proactive gameplay, where you just see them go for whatever fight they can, and Vitality is the same, right? So I think no matter what today, I don't think it's going to be quiet. I think we're going to be looking at teams that's a bit too chaotic, but whoever of them can be a bit more disciplined in their controlled chaos might be the one that evolves and moves further into the brackets.
Bold assumption here, controlled chaos. Is that really what we're looking forward to?
Well, I would love to see a little bit of macro. I thought that was something that was cool yesterday. Like, there was actually a lot of, you know, smart decision making and rotations that led to fights. Whereas the last time we saw these two teams play, they did fight a lot, but a lot of it was more like see champion, kill champion kind of mentality.
Yay.
I think now that they've rewatched that, they're going to be able to level up their gameplay. So they're still going to be aggressive, they're still going to be proactive on both sides, but they're probably going to be a little bit more mindful about the risks they're taking.
I think that's hopeful thinking, though, because I think it's easier said than done what you're presenting, Broxah. I do think, I think you're right, though. Like, that's obviously the stakes that these two teams should be taking, but I think both of them has struggled heavily with it throughout playoffs, where I think that throughout regular season, we have seen in their best of ones how controlled and dominant they can look, but that's just not been the case in playoffs. I think it's going to be baby steps moving forward in this series, where they're going to be testing each other, they're going to be evolving. I don't think any of these two teams are going to come in with a 3-0. I think it's going to be very up towards the game of 5 kind of risk.
Realistically, you don't have time for baby steps.
No, but like, honestly, I think I look at this series in a pretty simple fashion. if Humanoid performs, Fnatic is going to be great. In my opinion, they live or die by him, because he's having games where he's really dominant, but he also has games where he just keeps getting caught and dies for no reason. If he performs, if he can take down Vito, Fnatic is probably going to be favored, but if not, it's going to be tricky for them to win.
Yeah, I think that's the entire unique conversation though here, right? Because we talk about the late game, which has been the meta because of the crit changes to the AD carries, right? But it's really so often, how do you bridge that early game into a good mid to late game where you can actually thrive with your AD carries? And I think that's where Fnatic has an advantage through Humanoid, for example. It's so much easier for a guy like him to influence the map when he's on an Azol, when he's on a Taliyah instead. Whereas I think the ace of the sleeve that Vitality has in their solo lanes is, for example, Photon. But in terms of getting Photon to bridge your bot lane, that's very difficult.
There's a lot of pressure on one man, but also a lot of pressure on both of these rosters as we're ready to head into the first game of the series. Fnatic up against Vitality. Loser goes home, but Dracos, as well as Dag, guys. Take it away.
We're here, we're excited, and why couldn't you be? This is set to be probably the bloodiest best of 5.
Oh, gotcha.
One of the most exciting best of 5s, hands down. So shout out to Ginny, Broxa, and Gibby for kind of giving us a look into what they thought would be important. And I agree, like mid lane is a super big deal. Humanoid on the Rift, obviously this is a championship mid laner. This is a guy who's won a lot in an era where beating caps is a thing like only a couple players have really done. It's Humanoid in that one time that Larson did it, right? Otherwise it's just the cap show throughout our entire history since he's joined the league. So this is someone we're always gonna have to watch, but on the top side, Photon has been consistently impressing.
Yeah, honestly, I think there's been step-ups across the board for Vitality. I think Hylissang has been great in the early stages. When you look back at Game 1 in particular, I was mega impressed with Vito and his Silas performance in their last series, where I felt like he was everywhere on the map finding these skirmishes. And it feels like that kind of seems to be the way to beat Fnatic. Go for these early skirmishes, find those fights, and that's why I fully agree with you. This is going to be a bloodbath, and I cannot wait for it to kick off.
And I think both these teams, you know, they're not afraid to get scrappy, but also both have been pretty open that, you know, they're coming off of a really dense weekend. They start this weekend playing a best of 3 to make it this far, and a single elimination bracket. So again, any loss takes them out. Fnatic, you know, you heard in the comms and in the post-game interview, even after their win, hey, we struggled this week, and you're seeing it on stage. They were glad to get it. And Vitality, with a bit more humor, hey, we ran it in scrims this week, but, you know, showed up on stage when it mattered. And I think that kind of momentum for both these teams is going to be important. So much about confidence and showing up on the day when they're teams that, you know, are not afraid to just make the hands plays, not just put you in a position where you have to outplay. Feels like confidence is more and more crucial.
Also, just a random tidbit. I'm 99% certain that's the same time Mac wore when he won with Mad Lions. I'm pretty sure it is his tie from that day. That is the Mac tie.
Have you gotten one?
Yeah, I got one.
Yeah, the certified Mac tie. No bias, just, you know. Very nice man, gives out ties. Yeah, and that's the big thing is like when we look at these teams, right, it's easy to look in the context, and we saw on the desk, of Team Vitality, but this is a Team Vitality who has taken so many of the core pieces of the Mad Lions, both in coaching staff and in this case the bot lane from the previous year, to kind of rebuild and take another crack at this. And while Team Vitality's record in best ofs is pretty abysmal, because they have been one of the most cursed teams in our league, this is the first time that we've had a roster that feels like they can break that curse. Obviously, it's a tough road to make it to MSI. They have to win the whole damn thing, but right now, looking like a very strong team.
I do like, though, that we are already getting a lot of target bans coming into this series. Noah has been looking absolutely fantastic on these areas. We already heard the Desk talk about it as well, so going to take that one away from him. The other one that he's really been performing on is the Jinx. He's got a late game scaling AD carry, so curious to see if Vitality want to go that direction, but you still have things like the Rel, even a Kalista and that are still very, very strong in the current meta. I've seen almost 100% presence, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that as the last takeaway. And even the TF taken away from Photon on the opposite side.
The Rel band away is also curious to me. I guess just not wanting to give it over to the side of Fnatic, but it's a comfort pick for Douglas and has been for a lot of the season. But most of the really reliable engage options now taken away. Fnatic snap picking up the Ashe. Now, if you missed the regular season for whatever reason, it was Ashe Vars for Fnatic the last time these teams played against each other. And to be honest, it was a hot mess of a game. A kill a minute on average. Ashe Vars did not do what they were supposed to do. They did win the game, but it was a bit of a fiesta. And Team Vitality now locking in the Vars. The Rumble, it would be easy to say it goes top, but the Rumble is notoriously very good into the Ashe.
But it's also, as you say, that's I think it is, it's also very good with the Ashe, right? So you take away the Varus, which is its regular companion. Then you go, cool, but we're going to take the Rumble away as well. We can still flex that to Photon, who is a phenomenal Rumble in his own regard. So you still have that opportunity with the flexibility, but you're also denying a lot of those plays But there is still the Kalista there that we highlighted, so we're still getting that double AD carry in the bottom side.
And we talked about confidence. I love the confidence we're seeing from Fnatic. This is very much a do or die kind of bot lane. You are set up to get ahead early. If you get ahead and you can sustain that advantage, you can take control over the entire map. If you fall behind, if you make a mistake, you're going to be outscaled pretty quickly. That said, a lot of level 6 impact coming in between the Vi and the Ashe. Tools for setup and on the opposite side. You've got the Rumble, you've got the Varus as well. So that might be the big catalyst for fights early on. And the Volibear, we know, while it is a flex, while we have multiple flexes now for the size of Team Vitality, just the strongest early game jungler at this point in the meta.
Yeah, and I feel like that's where Vitality are going to put this Rumble into the bottom side. You get this hyper-aggressive bot lane you can play around with the Volibear. The nice thing about the Rumble support is that it obviously has the Electro Harpoony that you max first, which just messes with Kalista because you get the slow on her, but also messes with the Ashe because a lot of the times she wants to try and chase you down, but you just end up shooting the Harpoon into her and you get that disengage. So I think it's going to be right. Did you just say that?
No.
Oh, I thought you were giggling at me because I wasn't.
I'm giggling because you said Harpoon and then E, as in Rumble's E is a harpoon, but I heard Harpoony. And I was like,
look,
okay.
It's already orangey. We don't need more of these.
I was just saying. It's a good. We're getting a lot of good nicknames today for abilities. So the Tilia, the Azir banned. A lot of control mages taken away here. Aurelion Soul is the big hot ticket item, as you heard from our analyst desk. This champion looks powerful. I think all of social media is coming together and roasting that guy who made the Reddit thread 2 months ago about how useless this champion was. Shout out to you. But the Ahri, of course, for VTO, has had some incredible performances on it. Huge playmaking pick paired alongside the Volibear. Definitely the kind of thing that we like to see in a draft where we want a bit more early aggression. But now the debate from Fnatic.
Nice response, though, I think, with the Silas. It doesn't mean you won't get mid-control, which I think might be necessary if you want to try and play with this Ashe Kalista. So I think maybe they might try and go back towards something even like an Orianna, but still you lose out on a lot of that play, but you do have that Ori by combo. But that, oh, we're getting the cream shout out. Okay.
Okay.
So we did see this over in the LPL.
Yeah.
The play by Cream managed to get a 5-man ultimate on the Diana. It was sick, but immediately lost the game because he fell so far behind. So I am excited to see what Humanoid can do on this, because with this short range of composition from Vitality, there is a fairly high chance he's going to have some of these big ultimates.
Definitely, and a lot of other tools to start it up, right? Diana doesn't have to be the initial piece of CC, and we'll track what the Diana does in game, look a little bit more at the build path as we focus there, but instead, okay. Hold on, I'm waiting for these swap overs. I assume it's just going to be into the Cassante. But again, we have some very standard choices, balanced out by some very creative ones. And I like a lot of what we're seeing. The Rumble support, again, this is a support that kills and fights early, can fall behind. We have seen it, fumble here or there, but in general, it's looked incredibly powerful up against what, up until Rumble support became a thing, you would consider to be one of the most oppressive bot lanes in existence. And Humanoid, of course, has been practicing the Diana in solo queue. And we'll just have to, Rob, we'll just have to see how it works out. Bot lane's still going to be the focus, I think, where we expect to see the most explosive playmaking. But as we get closer and closer to level 6, I imagine the Diana is going to show us what she's made of.
Yeah, the only thing is you will still lose out on that early level push. So if Noah and Jun want to get aggressive, Razork is going to need to start top path bot, get a lot of vision down, because the opportunities for these roams from the Ahri to try and shut down these lane is pretty damn high. So I want to see some early control here from Fnatic to prevent Vitality essentially throwing the game into chaos, which is kind of where Vitality have thrived over the last couple of games.
Certainly have. Vitality's coaching staff, big on letting their players play the game how they want to play the game, but sometimes the way they want to play the game is a little bit sussy. So we'll see which version shows up today. Again, Spot versus BDS in the next best of 5 on the line. Vitality and Fnatic going toe-to-toe in game 1. First of 3 going to take it. Shamrock Malphite coming out for Rob. Specifically for Rob.
Yeah, no other reason.
Him and Photon are besties. See, that's caster narrative. I just made that up. I don't know if you've ever talked to Photon. Yeah.
No. I feel like with the accent, might struggle. My accent is not kind to people that are outside of, well, of Ireland, to be honest.
To be fair, pretty mild. If anyone, you know what I mean?
Yeah, fair.
When we went to Dublin, there were some stronger accents. I was like,
my brother.
Yeah.
You immediately were like,
brother
wait.
comes in hot. I was like, I had to slow it down. Can you back it up? Anyway, Rob's brother aside, focusing in on our first game.
Shout out to Kieran.
Shout out to him. Great ARAM enthusiast. Malphite top versus, Cassante, I don't think is going to be super thrilling. It's an interesting adaptation from Vitality. I think we've gotten very used to seeing Photon take more counter-pick, more lane-focused counter-picks, it's safe to say. Try to build up bigger advantages on picks like the Jace or the TF. Of course, the TF was banned away in this draft. Oscar getting comfort, though, super good for Fnatic. Because while Oscar's had an overall up-and-down season, I feel like he's always able to deliver value on that Cassante. But meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Jun and Noah level 1, winning out on the early trades as expected. LEC just trying to poke as best he can with the Electro Harpoony.
Yeah, I think the Malphite is basically a call it saying, look, let's be real, Noah and Jun are the double threat, the 280 carries I have to worry about, because Humanoid is going to go for Lich Bane, he's going to try and go for this more Iron Burst heavy build. So, excuse me, he's not really going to be able to bring a huge amount to the table when it comes to taking down Photon. So he's going to be able to opt into a lot of early armor and just make it very difficult for Noah to take him down. So for Fnatic, definitely a game that you're going to need to snowball pretty effectively before Photon just becomes too big of a threat for you to deal with. And that's why I like the addition again of the Rumble going into this bot lane. You can already see it takes away a lot of the threat that this double AD carry lane has, and it's been one of the adaptations we've seen come through to answer this double AD carry bot.
Good answer overall. Obviously post level 6 as well. Next patch when they start to hit a lot of the support damage and support itemization, maybe it doesn't feel quite as good. But even on this patch, you've just got so much early damage off a single item. And yes, after that single item, your gold income decreases, but do you need more than a Leandries and a support item on support Rumble to be impactful? Probably not. Humanoid though, locked up, flash the charm, and the first blood, but Razork there to punish. VTO, there should just be no way out of this one. His flash already down, a TP returning to mid lane. VTO,
moving.
Bit of extra movement speed might come in handy. Razork wants to keep it going. The charm does connect. Photon can slow Razork down. Looks like he doesn't quite have the cooldown. VTO should be dead. Extra bit of movement speed. Ball breaker. Hits him. Oh, it's a 1-2-3. Diana and Vi working together, it's a beautiful thing. Someone find Caitlyn, she must be jealous.
I mean, Razork just going in, or getting those double kills, setting up nicely there for himself, and just unfortunate for Vitality. Almost managed to pull the dive off cleanly, but I want to double check the charm, because I think it hit a minion, which would have just burst Humanoid out just enough. Because Douglas takes 1 Terror shot, takes 2 Terror shot, yeah, it doesn't matter either way. Razork would have been in position to take him down, and then just being able to chase down Video. Photon does try to roam, but not really in a position to help out too much, as Razork was always going to have that extra little bit of chase down when the cooldowns came into play.
And obviously the end of this, it just takes a bit too much time, right? Photon can't overcommit, he's likely to give his life as well. Razork knows his limits, he's got red buff, 1 more cooldown on the ball breaker. All that he needs is, this is behind the scenes on how we recenter your perspective on the map. Humanoid did catch that wave, which is important. And he did get the cannon, also important.
And Razork is bot lane, also important.
Are we in a replay or are we not in a replay, audience? Is your perception reality? This is real, also not a replay. Or is it? If they don't put the graphic up, guys, I don't know either. I'm only as good as production makes me. Anyway,
yeah,
Oscar.
It's the real secret.
Photon traded back and forth. Kind of despite everything there, though, VTO obviously the one who's going to have a bit of a gold league. Razork feels good. It's really nice to have those 2 kills, but obviously the Bullbear's just clearing so much faster at this point that it's not really substantial. It's more just completing the tunneler on first back, and again, components got hit in this patch, the previous patch. So until you get a first completed item, these gold leads aren't going to feel too impactful, but the experience difference might.
Yeah, it will open up for Douglas though, because essentially Razork spent time chasing down folks to clear out more of his jungle camps, which is why you're seeing him with that slice CS lead. All those camps are still up for Razork, he's going to take them out as he moves towards the top side. There was a little bit of a timing window where Douglas maybe was going to look top there, but I think he just wanted to assist Photon and push in the wave because he was so low on mana, but didn't want to show him the wave state. So Photon will reset. You still get the freeze for Oscar, and he'll match the TP. And it's going to be a little bit of an uncomfortable spot. Photon will have to burn through a lot of mana to try and shove in this wave, which isn't great for a Malphite. He doesn't really enjoy burning through his mana as quickly as that.
Yeah, obviously pretty gated by cooldowns, especially compared to a Cassante who gets so much for so little mana. Level 6, obviously we don't expect to see Photon using ult in lane. Might be a situation where Oscar really just tries to play as aggressively as possible to force the Malphite ult, to make sure that that tool is not available for team fights. Kind of a similar philosophy to what you'd see against champions like Rumble or Kennen, who are also heavily reliant on their ultimates for that team fight impact. Now, though, Vitality could just be an easy Drake. Wave is crashing, but with Humanoid resetting, they still have a man advantage here. Photon and Oscar just continue to trade bows. Poe back over the wall is nice. Razork waiting right there, and that's the ulti comp. But now Oscar wants a bit more, gets the flash for the Ghost. All these trades super positive. Q3, Photon needs to sidestep. Where is he going to go? Oscar, you hit the Q3, you get the kill. The pullback's there. It's all his. He needs to set up the auto to finish. This is why you don't give this man Cassante. Oscar too damn clean with it, but Hilly now flashing in, looking to burn him alive. Jun ticking on the ignite. The arrow just hits the edge of the hitbox. Exhaust now down from Carzzy. Vitality trying to take control of the lane, but in the meantime, Razork's already taking the grubs. Douglas is here to maybe deny a couple of waves.
You're by yourself, Douglas. Does need to back away. Humanoid is on the roam, and Douglas taking a lot of damage.
He's about to die. VTO goes in, but Noah's already got the kill. That's just too many spears. The Ren now comes through the flashback out to safety, but they managed to get one. Carzzy retreating out. Noah down, traded for Douglas. VTO using his ult, committing fully to the play. Already, Humanoid's ult went down in the meantime. And just a wild exchange. Both in the top lane, the solo kill coming through. Nice team play to get the triple grubs as well as that kill, but on the bottom side of the map, it's a bit messy.
So there was a lot of trading back and forth there. So Dragon for Void Grubs, traditional. We all see that all the time. The interesting part was we already talked about Oscar Ernin had that wave freeze up on the top side because Douglas didn't show himself on top side to help Photon push in. Oscar Ernin was able to freeze, but whom? Humanoid.
Humanoid. Now going to be in trouble. Moon Silver Blade not going to save him. Hillsang though. The ulti! Carzzy. Just barely able to connect on that one. Crucial that he's the one to grab the kill here. Get a bit more gold for him. As Noah and Jun cleared out mid lane, and now we're going to head back to the bottom side, but they're going to be a little bit late to catch this wave, most likely.
Should at least get one plate, I think, here for the bot side, but yeah.
Okay. So top side play, purely good
for
Fnatic. Great.
Yes.
In the end, you also get the objective, which means you trade even, and then kind of just a big question mark ping on the bottom side. But I think that now in totality, if we look at the last 2 minutes of play combined, because of that additional kill on the Humanoid, it feels like everything is just balanced out again.
You say that, but Razork also benefited massively. Razork got to clear out the entire top side of Douglas. You can see that's why he's getting a massive gold lead as well off of that too. So it's also the obvious picks, but also a little bit more for Razork coming through as well. So for Fnatic, massively positive off the back of that. So I just want to make sure that as they come through, they're playing off that advantage for Razork. And as you start to crest over, Jun should hit level 6, I think, off of the next wave that comes through. And I think that's why we're seeing Razork down in this bottom side, try and look for a pick right as that ultimate becomes available for the Ashe.
Nice sidestep on the charm, ball breaker out. Razork retreating. That was like not quite to level 6, but Humanoid not afraid to step up there. Phase Rush obviously makes it so easy. You can just instant proc that off of one ability rotation and have the reset for E. Photon forced to ult out as well. Topside, a very strong point right now for Fnatic. Oscar most likely just going to walk up and get the Demolish proc, maybe get a plate here. But sadly, Bomby's Cinder, while incredibly important in the matchup, does make it hard to just take free tower autos.
Yeah, not great, but Vitality, at least on the bottom side, doing a good job of unlocking Hylissang to help and make sure that you aren't able to push as far forward as Razork once.
Really? Maybe trying to bait there, pushed aside by the arrow. Hylissang locked up. He does manage to get the ult down, but there's no immediate follow-up. Razork is all on his lonesome out. It's a completely split fight. Hylissang lives for far too long. The rest of Vitality debating, can they walk in here? But Humanoid has ultimate. He's moving in onto Carzzy. The pullback is there. Diana finds 1, 2 kills. Don't need it now to Noah. VTO needs to get something back, but he's out of dashes. Douglas is on the other side of the wall. That's another kill coming through. Humanoid now trying to retreat, flashing out to safety, but it's not safety. It's just the river. He doesn't have the damage. It's a bloodbath on the bottom side, and a triple for VTO.
Great collapse from Vitality, and you called it out at the start. Hylissang's trying to push forward, knowing that he has Douglas in the back pocket, but you end up with a split call from Fnatic. Razork goes one way, Noah and Jun turn on towards Hylissang. He survives for so long off the back of that, and buys time for Vitality to get into that bot side. Now Hilly immediately going top, says Photon, look, you've had a rough time, lad. I'm here to help you out.
Maybe just hoping to get the ghost. Hex flash out. Step forward. Slow's going to come through here. Oscar going to be forced to ghost. Not quite enough damage. Oscar doesn't have the ulti, but obviously powerful enough to dissuade any kind of dive that could come through from these two.
Just going to clear out the wave. Knows the Void Grubs are in a couple of seconds, so both resets for top lane is going to come through, and imagine TP straight back into top side of the map. But Jun and Hylissang now out on the map. It looks like a fight's going to happen around this mid lane as both teams are aware. Void Grubs and Dragon up in a bit.
Arrow, Charm, doesn't connect. Crucially, the Charm interrupting the Vault Breaker. The arrow not landing means Vitality get the punish. They do spend the TP from Photon, I think expecting a bit more to happen there. But just a positive play overall. Again, 6 to 8 the kill score. Gold, not a massive advantage for either side. 3 grubs to the Drake. But Vitality already on the second Drake spawn. And really, the lead in the mid lane, the one that we have to track, because Oscar, while he has this massive lead in the 1v1, if he cannot get out of lane, it doesn't really matter, whereas VTO getting support from the rest of his team as everyone descends to mid lane. He's also been free to move around the map, part of the reason why he has, you know, he's 6 out of 8, 75% on KP in the game thus far.
But this is what we were saying for G2's game, for that first game against Heretics. Fnatic have struggled when it came to early map plays, early skirmishes, and Vitality have come alive in the early game where they want to go and fight you. They want to find these quick skirmishes, and they're coming out on top, and a huge amount of that is Video in good positions. Hylissang has been everywhere on the map, and Fnatic just feel that little bit too late to most of these plays.
It's a good call out, and I think this series already subverting our expectations a little bit. Seeing Photon take a much more defensive position as the flash Electro Harpoon. Good damage. Razork waiting. They spot BTO now, courtesy of the Sentinel from Noah, the Callista W. Do they want to go for the dive here? Daggers can turn the tower out. Nice flash from Carzzy. Fun's also gone from Noah, however.
I think they can rinse and repeat here, though. Video's moved back to mid lane. He's going to shove in, and Humanoid has to show him mid.
Eyes are down.
And there they go.
Again, good bit of poke, but Angle stops them from pushing forward rather than stopping them from retreating.
I think it's trying to force them away with the numbers advantage. See, Video's just pushed in mid, so they can bring him down. And if they'd managed to get a little bit more damage with the equalizer, they could have been able to push Fnatic off that bot lane turret, but unfortunately just not quite enough sticking damage. So Fnatic still get to clear out the wave, and they won't be able to force them off the turret or try and force any sort of dive as the wave arrives.
No. Important to note that Noah has gone for opportunity, first item, so does allow him to do just an immense amount of burst damage off the Hail of Blades proc. We're obviously very used to seeing you know, more of the on-hit focus from Callista, and we'll see if that's what he wants to go to after this item. But the huge movement speed burst makes it very impactful in skirmishes.
He's just going to go straight lethality. So, I mean, the last time I saw lethality Callista would have been the Shy back in 2020, top lane, which is obviously
you
quite
LPL
funny.
Casters, you've seen everything from the Shy. Yeah,
we've
last
seen
time I
weird
saw
stuff.
Braum take Ignite and Hail of Blades was the Shy top in 2077.
It was actually a Civ HD video
No,
back
Civ
from
HD.
2016.
Civ HD video or the Shy would be a great game.
But Photon going to find out that Humanoid's in the brushy and have to walk away. I think Photon should get back to Terra, though. There's not really much in the wave state there.
I think many people are unfamiliar with the brushy. Been too long in League of Legends. Arrow not going to connect from Jun. Bit unfortunate. Really the only tool that he has to match some of the damage output. Hylissang. He's got the Zazas. He's got the mask. Already working towards Leandries. The Rumble is going to hurt. Vitality set up on the top side. They were okay to give up the first spawn of Grubs, but they really want this Herald, or at least want to contest it. We'll start this one off. Of course, they are on Vision. Scuttlecrab is there for Fnatic. Fnatic with 4 out of 5 members in the area. Humanoid, I think, did get back in time to get that first item. Flash about to come up. Moonfall there, the ultimate. A lot of members grouping. Jun on the way in. Good initial damage, but the Herald already down. Jun flashing over, trying to stay safe. Noah isolated off to the side by Photon. Noah now flashing forward. Fate's calling Jun into the back line, but Fnatic don't have the damage. They have severely overestimated their outputs. Triple kill for Carzzy. Vitality make it look effortless.
They end up getting immediately on towards Noah, who is going to be your main source of damage right now, since you don't have anything in the tank from Humanoid just yet. And immediately picking off the kill. You can see the TP from Video was interrupted by Oscar Ernan as well, who had to dive underneath the tower to get that, to stop that from being even worse than it turned out for Fnatic, but massive win for Vitality on the back of that play.
And I think it's pretty impossible for Fnatic to take fights right now unless all of their cooldowns are connecting. Their items just don't favor an extended skirmish. We see the start here. Not even going to see the ult, just forcing the flash out from Jun. Noah gets hit by the ulti, hit by the equalizer, finally flashes, but at that point the fight's already done.
Yeah, and the problem is that Carzzy has just been untouched this entire fight. When you look at the positioning of where Humanoid was, couldn't actually get access to Carzzy, so ends up using just the ultimate on towards Douglas, and Carzzy very happy about that. And as well, then Photon just making that game pretty much unplayable for the back line of Fnatic. So it kind of ends up as a bit of a dud. And now Photon going to find a lot of members up on this top side as Fnatic look to at least try and get this top lane tower and open up the map a little bit more for Humanoid.
And Humanoid now finally has a first item completed. It is the Lich Bane, as you called out, so might hurt a bit more. Struggle in that fight, obviously, is that even without MR for Douglas, just the innate sustain from a Volibear with a Sunder Sky meant Humanoid could barely really get through that health bar. As he farms up, the Diana gets more and more lethal. This is a champion who does a disgusting amount of damage on 2 or 3 items. The ulti very, very strong against a lot of immobile champions like the Rumble or the Varus. But that is a long way off right now. So Vitality use the Herald mid, start to extend their gold lead a little bit. Douglas, he's a big drift enthusiast. He did this when they played in week 2. He's done it in every series since.
I mean, might actually be able to get this onto the bottom side.
He's been practicing.
Can he get the... There you go. Oh, that's heartbreaking.
Hey, not quite enough range there. Bit of a miscalculation. Hillsang now caught out. Equalizer going down. Immediately the ulti comes out, but now Razor's got nothing left. He flashes. Gets away from the ultimate. Crucially, Carzzy a bit over eager on pulling the trigger. Photon on the way in. Unstoppable force there. Fnatic playing on the edge. Flash out. They knew he had it. They wanted to bait it out. Didn't want to trade it for Humanoid's flash, but they had to. VTO now dashing forward. Charms him into this disaster. Humanoid instantly tries to turn. Gives his life to create space, but Noah's not even auto-attacking. Jun's getting more damage out right now. Lethality Callista is doing nothing in this fight, and Carzzy is unstoppable. Jun gets a bit more space. Celestial opposition, the slow, keeping him alive, and these fights are just not working for Fnatic.
You just don't have enough damage on Humanoid at the moment. He's 0-5. Razor went to his red buff because he had no health bar left, so it's just a fight that Vitality feel more than comfortable taking. And yes, they pick off Hylissang, but it's just the support that's gone. And even the Equalizer gets decent damage here across the members of Fnatic, or at least onto Razor as he starts to come through. So he has to hop out. And then Photon, as he comes in, he's just able to buy enough space. We're back in, and Hilly's gone.
Killing. Looking to 1v1 the enemy 80 carry. Yeah, that's support Rumble. Oh, man. Yeah, he'll get killed, but that's pretty gross. Oscar trying to do something. Yeah. There's Hylissang creating space for his team, and there's Hylissang creating space for Hylissang. You know what I mean? Sometimes he shows up for himself. It's farming Tom Kentra Rumble support. No. He's not here to make sure you can make plays.
I wouldn't even mind. That's his second solo kill this split, because he got the Camille one as well on the enemy jungler. So he's popping off with these solo kills, man, you know?
In
just
my
support
head, it's like, you know, it's the grizzled old veteran. It's like, I guess I have to do it myself. But no, everyone else on the team is also
kind of
really
off.
far ahead, yeah. So it's not like he couldn't let other people participate. He just doesn't need to.
I love this idea you've created up here. It's like, I guess I'll step in one more time.
Yeah,
it's like,
every
you signed a
time
contract. You're here all year, mate.
Like, bro, you're the one going in. No one is asking you to go in. But Hilly, obviously off to a good start. The Rumble against the Ashe really paying off. And so far, the Lethality Callista, I mean, a little bit certainly because it's behind. I've seen games where this has been good, not in pro, but certainly a lot of you know, high elo solo queue games where this looks like a terror, but this is not one of those games. Carzzy taking up home in the mid lane, VTO backing off on the bottom side, and you know, Razor got ahead of the clock on this Vi, and I thought that might have been enough to really give Fnatic control, but Humanoid's just so far behind, and we heard it on the desk. He's kind of the crux of this team. Like, you can see how much more confident this team plays when Humanoid's in a position of power, right? He's a very vocal player in the mid game. Very smart about how to play waves, how to do everything. But when you're put on the back foot and you kind of just have to accept the waves that are being pushed into you, it limits so much of that ability to make these on-the-fly good decisions because your choice is made for you. You don't get to be proactive in this game.
Yeah, the draft from Fnatic has felt like it kind of hindered a lot of what they wanted to do, both from an identity perspective on Fnatic, but also then as unlocking Jun, playing around Razor Humanoid, because you just don't win that mid jungle. You can't get Jun out of the bot lane because he's playing 4 lane. But also then from the perspective of, hey, how do we actually try and fight forward into picks?
Arrow manages to connect, but not quite enough information. You can see the entire jungle for Fnatic on the bottom side is dark. They don't have a mid lane tower. They don't have a bottom lane tower. That one just fell away. So very hard for them to walk in, very hard for them to contest, even when they are able to land that arrow. Fnatic responding by trying to take control of topside.
It's not a terrible time, but Video does have TP, and there's a ward in behind
over the wall, and there's so many people on the other side. Another surprise party for Photon, but the Hylissang ultimate is clean. The bear goes in, he goes up, and VTO instantly comes over the wall. Noah again just has to run. He and Jun trying to find find a way out desperately. One more dash forward, one more to follow. Flash from Jun, VTO gonna follow. Dagless on the hunt. Blood in the eyes of Vitality. A double kill for Carzzy as he plays cleanup. No, retreating back to the base, but that's gonna be a Baron for Vitality.
That's going to be an easy pickup for Vitality, and it felt a bit like desperation from Fnatic. They tried to get the pick onto Photon because he's underneath the tower, but you already had the TP available for the Ahri. VTO knew that he's going to be able to join in, and trying to pick this Malphite, we already said it's going to be a massive issue. Your Lethality Callista had a dream on Humanoid to try and pick him off, so they invest everything into the Malphite, and the Rock says, that's great, I'm going to knock you up and have the rest of my team finish you off.
Yeah. At this point, they're not even hesitating to burn the flashes, right? They know they can get these kills. They know they can force the objective. Photon having a great time. Rare that we see someone who has to pick Malphite smile like that, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do. And I would say the general grins and giggles kind of indicate how Vitality feel about this game. They are not sweating it whatsoever. 2.5 minutes on the Red Bull Baron power play. Already lost a little bit of gold overall. Remember, you get plus 1,500 off the bat for the 300 you get each, and you can see while Humanoid's upfront damage, despite being so far behind, is pretty decent, the follow-up just isn't there. There's no room for Noah and Jun to really play these fights because every single member on the side of Vitality can either get on top of them or does more damage than they do.
Yeah, and the whole idea of Fnatic's comp is to be ahead, to burst people out. You look for picks with Jun, with Razork, try and set it all up.
Also, I'm sorry, one sec, just real quick.
Sorry,
I didn't notice that. I'm sure some people did and they wanted to hear us talk about it. That's a problem. That's a big problem. Sorry, Rob.
No, you're all good. I don't know if I can continue because there's an arrow. It's gone wide. Nice. Razork won't go wide, though. He's got a point to click, but they're going to disengage.
He wants to keep going. They're full committing on the fight. Equalizer on a 2SDs, and they want to burn through Carzzy as quick as they can. They're going to find that kill. 1K shut down to Humanoid. Pull back from Noah is good, but he cannot keep himself standing. No, Dagless can't quite get in range. He doesn't have vision of the brush. Crucially, Noah's still up. Fnatic desperate to try to turn this back. The retreat now from all of the carries. VTO waiting over the wall. Humanoid goes in, he goes golden. Noah doesn't do any damage! He doesn't have the sustained damage, and it's Oscar! It's Cassante one more time. Can he do it? The pushback to dodge away. The pushback to buy an extra second, but an extra second is all he had. The fancy footwork, not enough. Photon gets the final kill and the ace.
Fnatic are trying everything they can to stay in this game, find a moment to get a pick, but they invest everything onto Carzzy, but there's more than just that one threat. The Death Book is up and available for video, and he's making full use of it. They see literally everything in the kitchen sink thrown at Carzzy, and he has to get the shutdown. But afterwards, there's just nothing really left. Noah taking incredibly low. Jun is getting worked on by Dagless. And Video is just getting to play behind this massive front line that nobody on Fnatic can kill.
And Lethality Callista can do a lot of work when she's not hitting these tankier members, but the problem is
you never get past them.
You're never going to have an angle to throw a Pierce out onto VTO, onto Carzzy, unless you catch them out of position, which is at this point a hard thing to do. VTO, though, they caught him. They want to take that book off his hands. Send him right back, make him return at Barnes & Noble's, baby. That's a few stacks taken out, but Photon does a lot of work. It's not the laning phase anymore. That rock's a full-on boulder, and now all of Fnatic are sent packing. Jun, yeah, he's going to get taken down. It's a slaughter. They got what they wanted. They made VTO feel a little bit worse about buying the book, but that's about it. And because of all the assists,
no,
he racks
he's
up.
only got 19.
He racked up so many assists after death. My man's reading at a college level, and he cannot be stopped.
There's very little that Fnatic can do. They're trying everything they can, and you can see how this composition is supposed to work, which is we delete one member, but as you say, everyone's just so far ahead. Video has the stopwatch to at least keep himself alive. Well, not stopwatch, but Carzzy then does get the exhaust onto Humanoid, which keeps him safe for that little bit longer. And maybe with the couple of shutdowns that Humanoid has gotten, he can get to a point where he can look to one-shot people, but it's getting so difficult even afterwards to deal with just everyone that's left.
Hands off the keyboard. The ref started laughing. I have no idea what he said, but it must have been hilarious. Anyway, 10-2 and 10 for Carzzy. Very... How you tell who created space on Vitality is who did the least damage. VTO created space. A lot of people on Fnatic creating space right now. This is a rough game. Now remember that Fnatic have been at a deficit. You know, the first few early steps of the game, they were trading back and forth somewhat evenly. You know, some pretty successful plays from Razork, but Humanoid just got put in such deficit that it's pretty hard to do much of anything. And a reminder that the winner of this series will move on to face BDS Saturday. Winner of that, of course, facing G2 in the Spring Split Finals, which will no doubt be a banger. If you've ever wondered what League of Legends looks like when you don't play the lanes you're supposed to, the finals will be for you.
Maybe we don't get any more of that. But,
maybe not. But yet another siege, equalizer placed, zoning Fnatic away. Tier 2 will fall. Big Purple Worm a minute away, and obviously the soul has been picked up by Vitality.
Yeah, I think at this stage it's kind of just dotting the I's and crossing the T's for Vitality. This game feels kind of donezo, and again, it's the draft is kind of peculiar, and the decision makings around how they want to play this has been strange to me from Fnatic. Usually when you get like double AD carry bot lane, it's, hey, we want something mid lane that can facilitate push mid to leaning in, so we can always play with advantage in numbers. We can either look for invades off that threat, or we can look for terrors, but just hasn't had that this game because you've gone for the Diana. And then trying to have Jun move mid to help out Humanoid because that matchup isn't great as well means you're just not getting the control that you want on bot, which is fair because it's also a terrible matchup. We talked about it at length, how good the Rumble is, so I think Fnatic is just kind of going back to the drawing board and trying to set yourself up a little bit better for success.
Yeah, and obviously tried something a little bit different this time around with the Ashe Calista on the bottom side. Not something we see as much from their bottom lane overall, as area was banned away. Flash forward, Electro Harpoon, a little bit of an extra slow. Immediate pullback from the Fate's Call. Jun's okay for now, as Photon remains uncontested in the bottom lane. Will knock down that tier 2 and the setup for Baron here on the side of Vitality. Vitality not a team known for their consistency in these setups, as Douglas really wants to go for the kill here. Is going to find the stun. Thunder and Smash immediately forced to ult out. Stormbringer done. But Humanoid trades his ulti for it. Photon now on the way in. Wants to go over the wall, does not give a damn about Oscarinen. He sees 2 immobile carries, he goes. Vault Breaker buys a bit more space. Ulti in, gonna connect onto the jungle. Equalizer again, pushing them back. Hylissang, the sole frontliner to run in. Goes Golden, has the Seekers, but the pushback is there. Oscar now into the backside of the fight. He's taking out Carzzy, but VTO just continues to step up. It doesn't matter. Oscar and Razork still standing, but the rest of Vitality can finally turn back. The shutdowns are there, but it's just not enough.
It could have been a penta, I'm just saying for video. Look, the game's over, it doesn't matter. But they will just push in, they're gonna crack open the base. And now, having that wave alive, Vitality will continue to shove on through.
Sometimes you're overheated, sometimes the scrap shield doesn't come off cooldown, but you have to hold the wave. Can't let it push out, so Vitality. Can they just end it here? I don't think Hylissang's death is the biggest factor in the push, although he is certainly strong at this stage of the game. So it will just be 2 inhibitors. And that's right, folks. We go again.
We go Baron.
All right, one more fight. It is a 10K, 12K gold lead. So I would say it is nigh impossible. But again, we've seen a lot of teams fumble in the final moments. And credit to Fnatic's frontline, Razork and Oscar, for finding an angle to the backline here. But you can see that Humanoid, Jun, Noah just really do not get to play this fight.
Just because Hilly just runs a Humanoid. It's like, wait, I can actually deal damage as a support? Great, I'm just going to keep going. And I actually thought this was going to be Vito's pentakill, but the lightning crash come down from Douglas, ends up taking 1 kill, and then Photon just claps Oscar in and out of existence.
Yeah, that's Guy Splitter. Carzzy frustrated, but always happy. Always hear about his positive effect on the atmosphere, although, again, at this point in the game, you're so far ahead, it's hard to imagine being tilted. You'd have to be one salty guy. Photon, very scary. Malphite with Cloud Soul, there are few combinations more horrifying than that.
No one on Fnatic has a flash. So it is just a board, get out of here, evacuate the danger zone. But Humanoid, maybe he wants to get into the thick of things here.
All right, all
I don't think he's been spotted.
We'll know right now if it's League of Legends or anime, because if all odds are stacked against him and they win, this is absolutely an anime moment. Nice start from Razork. Humanoid behind. Hylissang trying to get a bit more space. In goes Humanoid, 2, hit down, but the counter engage is there, and Noah's completely isolated. VGO just 2v1 and casually off on the side. It's too big of a lead for Vitality. Noah just wants 1 kill, but VTO, he had the stopwatch. He had the hourglass. He does not go down. 25 stacks in the book. And Vitality moving on to take game 1.
It is only season 1 though. Fnatic will get another crack at Vitality as they will take game number 1. But we'll have to see how Fnatic bounce back coming into game number 2.
An excellent question. Couple final hits here. Back to the drawing board potentially for Fnatic. We'll see in a moment as we get closer to game 2.
They just let Hilly dodge to Baron.
Stat padding. We all chase different things. Excellent first game from Vitality. Of course, good adaptation. Trying to shut down the Ashe close to bottom lane by bringing out the Rumble. And overall, I think Fnatic clearly not getting what they wanted out of their draft. Obviously something more that they were hoping to see. For now, though, we're going to send it to a quick break while both teams recover when we return the analyst desk in game 2.
Freely using Katarina's cook.
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake. Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Carefreely using...
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
It doesn't even matter. I'm ready. It's fine.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you gotta pick.
Tom Kent? What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
VTO should be dead. Extra bit of movement speed. Ball breaker. Hits him. Oh, it's a 1, 2, 3.
Humanoid.
Humanoid. Now gonna be in trouble. Moonsilver Blade not gonna save him. He'll saying no. The ulti. Carzy.
Kalista no cleanse. Kalista no cleanse.
Look by.
Look by.
Against cancel, against cancel.
Look by. Okay, then.
I've got ult, I've got ult.
Look by. Okay, nice.
I'm right side of
fight. We win.
Ash.
Yeah, they're. Good job. Focus Ante.
Yeah, this champ.
Please, I'm just standing still.
I'm
Go finish mid.
Welcome back to the LEC with Vitality putting themselves in the lead in the series going up against Fnatic. And first things first that I would like to touch upon here is the fact that we got to see Diana mid. 0% pick rate so far in the LEC except today, but also 0% win rate.
Oh my god, it's matching.
Yay!
It was a tough game for him, I would say. He got really shot on early by the dive, and then he went to side lane, and then there's a rumble, Hex flashing on him, turning into Diana barbecue in the bot lane, and he just kind of kept Shane dying without really getting his farm. I feel like Diana really wants like 1 or 2 items, so then the ults actually hurt. But even when it did land a big ult, it was kind of pathetic, honestly. Like, I don't know what to say.
Wow, you're being so nice today.
Well, we did say it in the pre-show, like Fnatic kind of lives or dies by Humanoid. This game he died a lot, so I guess Fnatic ended up dying as well. But I think this is also the beauty of a best of 5 series where you can take a risk and you can, you know, draft in an entirely different way. And even if it goes wrong, it's okay. You can just move on to the next game.
Yeah, I would like to touch upon that draft particularly because you're mentioning yourself, Finn, that when you were looking at Diana, it's a champion that wants to get ahead, wants to get an item or two, you know, especially when you're ult. You want to have that Zhonya's at the very least available. But with the composition that Vitality had drafted, it was so impossible for Humanoid or anyone from the Fnatic side to really get their plan going.
I feel like it was a really sloppy 4-5. I feel like you can't really give the enemy a Malphite angle like this when you're playing such a volatile draft without any real magic damage threats. Like they had Ashe and Kalista already, then you don't want to play against the Malphite. Put a AP assassin in mid lane and suddenly no one can kill this Malphite. He's by his full armor and is not getting touched in any fight, and his ult has so much value. Coming up with a Rumble Equalizer as to follow up on this as well is very dangerous, and I feel like their bot lane didn't even win lane. So what is the point of this bot lane matchup? Like, I really don't get it.
Yeah, we're highlighting this Diana and we're highlighting that mid lane matchup. Coming into this as well, you said Humanoid is going to be the reason just where Fnatic is able to close this out. And you were talking about how important that matchup will be against VIT. And then we're looking at VIT, and this guy was just on it today. He was locked in.
Yeah, I think, you know, they had a really good approach when it comes to shutting down the Diana. Like Finn mentioned, you need to be able to fight consistently as Diana, and if your side lanes and your jungler cannot help you and assist you in getting those fights started, it's a tough time. Them being able to get the early dive.
Wait, are you blaming the jungler?
Well,
Wait a minute.
I think a lot of things can be blamed more than anything. I think there are situations where you can pick Diana. This wasn't one of them because the setup and the pressure from bot lane and jungle just wasn't there.
I feel like you really want like a melee support that comes mid and fights with you, but then you have like an Ashe that doesn't really want to leave bot lane. She wants to get to level 6 early, and then suddenly there's a Rumble moving to your lane every single time. Your support is nowhere to be seen, and you're such a sad Diana.
Yeah, that was a sad Diana.
It was very sad
I think that's a very polite way to put it. But I want to bring this back in terms of VIT and the impact that he has had this game particularly, because VIT has been an instrumental part of the success of Vitality. And we said it coming into this, right? We want him to pop off if they want to have a chance. And he's done just that. But it also feels like he went above and beyond. So for me, it's looking scary going into that next game of the series of what we can be expecting from VIT.
I think VIT has this Spring been the type of player who typically doesn't completely take over in the laning phase, but if you give him like a little finger, he's gonna take the entire hand and just solo carry the game. And this was a great situation for him to be in as well, where he's a playmaker, he gets strong, and he's just able to utilize the pressure from Hyli's Rumble, and they can just group up and consistently find those openings. I also think the Ahri pick was really nice here because they had so much burst damage. So often in fights, they would kill one target, VIT would get an extra charge on his ult, and he was just jumping all over the place, killing
He was
absolutely
completely
everybody.
popping off every single fight as Ahri. What a terror to play against, honestly. Like, one guy dies, and then he gets another reset, and he just keeps shading these ults on repeat. Even here, he dies first, and then suddenly Karsi takes over the fight. I think he does 7k damage this fight, which is unbelievable. That was like all of his team's damage. It's Karsi free hitting the front line of Fnatic here.
Yeah, Karsi had a pretty great game himself as well on the Varus, and again being facilitated by that with the Ahri coming through from VIT. The team fight setup was phenomenal for that side of things. And coming into this, we said it was going to be a very scrappy game, and it was 53 kills in 31 minutes, which is actually means that it's tied for the most kills in a single game this year. Can they beat this? Do you want them to beat this?
Vitality will find a way, I promise you. These guys, they know how to get dirty. But I do really think that maybe next game, Fnatic, calm down a bit with the Diana, drop the Diana, go back to what is
No
working.
way, actually, for real?
Yeah, maybe play some Aurelion Sol, some Asir, some Orianna, some good control mages, and we see the Fnatic we know and love, where Humanoid can actually have a huge impact on the game by himself.
Yeah, well, Fnatic has that blue side, so it does put them potentially in a more favorable spot when it comes to getting some of these drafts maybe locked in.
Well, I think at the end of the day, they just, again, they took a big risk. It didn't work out. Now they go back to the drawing board. The reason they even made it to this stage was by having really strong scaling hyper carries, both mid and in the AD carry position. And if they go back to that, like just have really stable early games with these team fighting comps, it's going to be an entirely different game too.
Yeah, I think this Diana was like a curveball. If you win with this Diana, you have so much pressure in draft for next coming games. Like Vitality wouldn't know what to do. You lost, and that's fine. I think this was just like a shot in the dark. It didn't work out. You go back to what works now.
Yeah, that's also the beauties of these best of series, because you can have that space to come through with a little bit of creativity. We saw that particularly in yesterday's games from the side of G2. So I think, again, giving these teams the breathing space to play around with some of these drafts is crucial. And I'm looking forward to see what they're going to be prioritizing coming into this next matchup, because mid lane for me, Broxa, seems to be the pillar of Fnatic. So that's where you would like to put the best, most comfortable champ for Humanoid.
Yeah, and it's not like he needs a champion necessarily that's really strong early game where he can, you know, take over the laning phase. He just needs one of his strong control mages and comfort picks, and then I'm sure he's going to be able to shine here.
Yeah, we do see 2 top lane bans already banning out from Fnatic, so I'm expecting like an early Cassandra pick or Rek'Sai pick. We're sitting both Rumble and Twisted Fate are out. I mean, I do understand that those are flex picks for Vitality, but usually you see those champions top.
I like the adaptation from Fnatic. Like before, they banned Maokai, Nautilus, and Twisted Fate. Now it's Rumble, Ashe, and Twisted Fate, meaning it's going to be a very different draft. Vitality, Siri Rel again, just like the previous one. If they want to commit to the same strategy, this is going to be a Rek'Sai ban. But high chance there's going to be a lot of changes, actually removing the Kalista.
Yeah, I feel like Varus probably goes up a lot here. But also the Rek'Sai that was banned VM 1 is being first picked here. And by banning Rumble and Twisted Fate, those are kind of like the core answers to it, so Oscar feels a lot more safe banning this. I wonder what Photon has prepared into Rek'Sai, because we've seen a lot of different things. We've seen like the Olafs, we've seen the Udurs, some worked out, most of them didn't. This Rek'Sai champ feels very annoying to play against, and it's hard to really make a plan. Photon here is giggling, he's having the Varus. I wonder if we'll see this Varus being flexed maybe. Or not, but it will be picked early by Vitality. They had a great impact on the game 1, and surely Karsi will be happy playing that again.
So there's different directions you can go here if you're Vitality. You can look into something like an Nautilus if you want to secure the support pick for yourself. You can log in one of the prior junglers like Volibear Vi. Do decide to go for the Volibear, which is, you know, just a strong pick to have alongside the Varus. Both of these champions want to play incredibly aggressive in the early game. With Volibear, not only are you going to beat any jungler 1v1, but you're also going to have a lot of dive threat. Now, there's one champion we frequently see against the Volibear, which is Jax, that has some form of, you know, counterplay, but still not exactly at the same level as Volibear.
Humanoid back on this here, as we expected.
ASOL is still open.
Yeah, ASOL is still open. I wonder if VIT has prepared it, or if he will play something else. He has the Volibear next to him, so he can actually pick something aggressive if he wants to. Maybe we'll see a repeat of the Ahri. Ahri Volibear has a lot of burst damage, so not even a serious safe towards that. Hovering the Talia also works very well with the target stun of Volibear to set up the seismic shove. will be locked in, and I'm excited to see how this mid PvP plays out, because I think that is very crucial for this matchup.
I do like the adaptation from Fnatic here. Like again, we just wanted to see them playing these strong front-to-back, more scaling-oriented comps that brought them to this stage that they're so good at, so they can really utilize their prowess in team fights. And now, against Vitality's comp, it's just going to be all about surviving in the early game. We know Vitality is going to be playing incredibly aggressive, just trying to brute force skirmishes across the board. Fnatic have to be patient and disciplined, and if they survive, they should be winning in mid and late game team fights.
Important to note here that Fnatic's bot lane is getting very pinched in draft. Not only there are like 4 to 5 AD carries going to be banned, depending on how you define Twisted Fate, but they also first picked the strongest AD carry in Vitality. So you're dropping your bot lane while the enemy has like by far the strongest AD carry. So no matter what happens, you're going to end up with a pretty weak AD carry compared to your enemy. So I wonder what they're going to cook up here in the 4-5. No one John has to pick like a combo. What is available here is the Syra Khan. There's like some not Kai'Sa angles, which we could see. You have like all the freedom in the world, but no matter what you pick, it's gonna be just average at best. The Nautilus and Renata band is signaling to me that they want the Rakan. Usually those are like the main answers to the Rakan, so maybe a Syra Khan or a Kai'Sa Rakan is what we could see by Fnatic. But first, Vitality should probably pick their top laner here. Oh! And they noticed it, just like we did, and they actually take away their accounts. It's very clever by Vitality.
Yeah, like you said, this is the downside of banning both Renata and Nautilus. You kind of end up giving Vitality a free Rakan angle. Yeah. Fnatic most likely expected them to lock in top lane and last pick support, but they want point.
Hylissang is saying, I'm not scared of banning Rakan. Give me that shit, I'm gonna make plays all across the map. And he is not scared. Like, even if the Photon could take the picker and get counter pick support, Rakan is just so valuable in this spot in draft. They will still go for the Syra, which really shows that they really wanted the Syra Khan, and they're maybe a little bit sad now, but they would have to make something work. There's many different options you can play here. You can look for an Alistar, you can look for a Leona in the past that's really coming into Rakan. We'll see what they play here.
I think no matter what they log in bot lane, the name of the game is just going to be Survive.
Wow. Nope, it will not.
Go for the
Never mind, they want to go ham.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, if you look at like the different matchups that you have, Varus is naturally going to have more pressure than Sia in the early game. Talia is going to be pushing in there, Sia, and will be able to roam towards bot lane. So I expected them to just, you know, accept that bot lane will be pushed in and losing. With the Blitzcrank, however, you certainly have to move forward and make those early game plays, because otherwise the champion doesn't have much value.
Yes, all smiles though on the side of Vitality, so they feel very comfortable with this draft.
Yeah, I think Vitality should be happy with this draft. I think it was really good to take the Rakan away on 4. I think that really gave them the edge they needed in draft. I think this Blitzcrank is going to be very hit or miss. Like, Jung can look really good this game, or it's going to be very hard for him. Jay's pick on 5 is very bold, but you do have the Jace, Volibear, Talia, which is a very strong top side. I imagine they might try to look for some early top dives with the Volibear, or especially when Volibear is level 6, the top dive becomes very easy. You move Talia up for the river, you have the wall to join the fight very easily, and Volibear to disable the tower. Not even a Rek'Sai can survive that.
If this was G2 playing on Fnatic side, I'm sure there would be a lane swap, because every lane and jungle is going to be a little bit scary and difficult to survive in the early game. And again, that's just the name of the game for Fnatic. Could they consider learning from G2 and going the lane swap route, or will they just try to brute force those openings where, you know, they find that 1 or 2 kills that can actually make a difference and allow them to play in the early game?
Oh, let's see whether or not the early game is going to be thriving, because we're ready to head into the second game of the series. Vitality currently in the lead, but can Fnatic bring it back? Let's head over to our casters to break it down.
Thank you very much to our wonderful analyst desk breaking down those picks and bans. As we get ready for game 2. This one's going to be hot. I love seeing a Blitzcrank in my games, and Noah and Jun, no strangers to playing aggressive lanes. See if this is the game where they can fight back, get a bit more done. It was a tough game 1, no doubt. Game 2. I feel like it's going to hit a little bit different. Razork on a champion that can completely take over, that can completely carry, with also a pretty good matchup into the Volibear. That said, Photon getting Jace is scary.
Always scary.
It's very scary.
At least in the grand scheme of things, you don't have the push. Hilly is just sitting up here in case Rek'Sai tries to sneak into bush, but it's tough to just push the Rek'Sai lane. Now, Rek'Sai still has to hit things to kind of do the Healy thing,
yes.
Which does make it a little bit tougher, but...
Succinct.
Yes.
Hit things to do the
Healy thing, yeah.
But yeah, but it does kind of require you to play like incredibly aggressive, super far forward if you want to deny Rek'Sai those opportunities, because you're not out sustaining him, so you have to get him low enough that you can actually threaten. It's hard. It's hard to do a lot against Rek'Sai. He's really strong on this patch. We'll see if Photon has the recipe, has the experience to mitigate Oscar's impact, because we've seen as you get later into the game, you know, this champion provides a ton of backline threat. It's really hard to disrupt, even with a Taliyah on your team, and can just be so obnoxious to deal with.
And Oscar has already had a great performance on the champion as well, so you definitely don't want him to be going out of the lane phase in a decent state, especially as you say with the composition Fnatic have. I think looking for and fishing for hooks is going to be the big story with Jun, especially if you can try and get control over this bottom side of the map or isolate that into just the both AD carries are there and Jun's able to roam around, because sure, if you hook Hilly, he's got an escape tool, but essentially no one else apart from Douglas really does in those scenarios, and will die very, very quickly.
Knockup going to connect from Hylissang. Bone plating Ignite now as well, forcing an early cleanse out from Noah. Very good trade for the side of Vitality. As expected, a bit favored in the level 1. Noah needs to at least hit level 2, be able to pull the feathers back before he's going to do too much. And I think I like the Blitz as a way to potentially break the lane up in what could be a very, you know, disadvantageous lane matchup. And also, as you highlighted, yeah, there's just so many squishy people on the opposite side. There's almost no bad target to hook, which means as we get into the mid game, if Fnatic can get some control over the brush, over the vision, then they can just start to fish for these hooks and try to make that be their angle to make plays on the map.
Humanoid thinks the Douglas is on the bottom side because Douglas took all 3 top camps.
Q flash, forcing the flash out as well. Sky Splitter to shield. Good little seismic shove from VTO. Humanoid not going to be too phased, but it's the repeat gank you have to be wary of. Nice hook onto Hylissang. Good follow-up, pull back, but Hylissang flashing to the side. Battle dance back to safety. Fnatic really can't get a greater advantage there. Forcing the flash out from Noah trading, and Fnatic losing summoner spells everywhere on the map. Douglas can now just walk in if he so chooses. Not sure if the ward caught the edge of him or not.
And I was about to say I really like the pathing from Razor because he should have been down here, but now he's not.
Uh-oh.
And Douglas.
Jun in trouble. Noah coming in though, flashing out for now. Douglas getting knocked up. Douglas taking a decent amount of damage. The hook back is big. This is why you have to be careful on diving the blitz. It's first blood to Jun! The hero hook. A bit of a fumble there from the side of Vitality, punished for that dive.
Douglas getting caught is such a massive mistake. Nicely played by Jun to get that kill, and a terror play does go over towards Vitality. But still, Fnatic coming out, managing to collect most of the waves, still lost some, is going to be a big win for them. We're just going to catch in the replay here. Jun left alone underneath the tower, but managing to flash away here from the initial setup from Hilly, and also absorbing the stun from Douglas. Then the knock-up means that Douglas ends up taking the damage. But, yeah, gets the flash of the Karzi, and that means there is no flashes on this side of the map. And if you actually look at where Razork's pathing is, he's going to be moving back down towards this bottom side, so you have to be very careful now as Karzi and Hylissang on this bot lane, which is why Douglas again is down here. But he hasn't cleared his bot side jungle. He's very behind on the CS.
Razor can just step up, lay down a little bit of damage. Jun with a red buff to keep him healthy as well. Douglas not going to win out in the 1v1, but Karzi and Hylissang are first on the move. Jun can threaten with the hook, however. They have to be careful. And I got to say, obviously a bit of a fumble there from the side of Vitality, but Jun played that super well, flashing in towards Douglas to make sure that he takes tower aggro first. Bit of a fumble from Douglas, certainly. But then the entire play turning against him. That is about the only way that Fnatic were going to dig themselves out of the early game hole that they had just been put in. Because they had lost just about every summoner spell that would keep them alive and healthy. And a play like that, surviving the tower dive, turning it back on Vitality, is the only way they could have evened things up.
And it is unfortunate because I think Vitality actually, and Douglas, did have some creative pathing, right? He took out all 3 camps on top side, tried to play up towards Photon to make sure there's no funny business on a early gank to top side to cover that. Then moves mid, and Humanoid is leaning top side because he thinks that's where his jungler is, so burns the flash on Humanoid.
Yeah.
Then people go, right, he's only taking 3 camps, he has to go into his own jungle. But then playing off that, managed to get the summons on bot. So Douglas did a good job, but he just fumbles at the last step and now sets himself massively far behind as a result. And Fnatic are getting to open up the map and get Jun actually on these roams where he can start to make things happen.
Yeah. Jun getting the kill, maybe not ideal, but a little bit extra gold certainly never hurt. Frees him up to roam now as the Cole for Noah can be a bit on the back foot, still behind an overall CS. Lost a lot in the exchange there. You said caught most of the way, but obviously missed a decent chunk. Karzi and Hylissang were quite far ahead and also denied a couple of creeps to the tower. But the Blitzcrank really where I think we need to keep our eyes in terms of playmaking. One of the few champions I think in pro play as a support where you can Similar to Rakan, honestly, just solo carry games if you are in the right position, if you get the right setups.
Yeah, one hook can change everything. Razork, though, is in a good spot. Humanoid also with a small lead for himself, at least when it comes to experience. Means that this is kind of where Fnatic like to play and like to put their advantages and then lean it into this bottom side.
Jun, power fist to kick the dive off. Immediate follow-up now. Jun zooming out to safety, getting a little bit lower, just barely able to get out of tower range. Vitality not going to have the same fortunate circumstances to get the kill back. Fnatic just doing it better on those bot lane dives.
Nicely done by Fnatic, and again, this stems from all those early summoner spells being burnt in the 2v2, in that 3v2, and Razork punishing well. And Razork just cleared the entire time that Douglas was trying to go for all these plays, so he has an advantage that he's now putting and investing into this bottom side of the map, and this has kind of been the bread and butter for Fnatic. Vitality fall flat as soon as they show up.
And excellent to have those leads now. Shifting the gold back in favor of Noah on top of the early cold that he's picking up, getting him that much closer to a first item completion. Razork now going to trade Grubs for the Dragon, much to be expected. Photon still ahead in terms of the 1v1 laning matchup on the top side. But overall, Fnatic off to a much better start, and Jun now looking to make the difference. VTO doesn't see him, hoping to get in range. The Rocket Fist is there, the instantaneous follow-up. And every bush got a Blitzcrank in it, baby. If you can't see him, he's always going to be there. Jun still stepping forward, another rocket grab coming through. Humanoid, they're ready for the chase down here. Vitality need to start retreating. Ferocious Maul already marking up one target, though. Douglas is going to be able to get a lot of health back. The initial stun going forward. They're turning back onto Hylissang, flashing back behind Douglas. They want to keep the play going. The hook back onto Hylissang, but he battle dances out to safety. The extra shield now coming in from the Guardian just in time to keep him standing, but Carzzy getting lower and lower. No, with the level 6, Carzzy only level 5. He just wants a couple extra creeps. The feathers fly, and down goes Carzzy. Noah showing up in game 2.
The experience difference coming in clutch there. Noah got to get some of that CS as they went for the dive on the bottom side. Carzzy got none and he's behind and suddenly felt the pain of that again. Fnatic 4-0 coming into game 2. They didn't like the way game 1 started.
You have to be able to rally in a best of 5 like this. You have to be able to come back with a clear head and have the confidence to pick something like a Blitzcrank to go for plays like this. And obviously, once you're in this position, it's not hard to hit that hook. There's nowhere for VTO to go, but it's the setup, it's the diligence on the play, and the timing that really makes it work out.
He needed to flash the initial play, but it doesn't, and it means that he ends up getting caught. And then this here, Hylissang again, ends up putting himself into a position where trying to look juicy, knowing he has far more tools to try and escape than Douglas does, and just ends up getting the flash, then ends up getting the dash away, but the follow-up from Fnatic as they go underneath the tower is just too much as Noah. Really nice job here. Dodges that spell and managed to just clip him with the Featherstorm.
Hits him with a thumbs up as well. Confidence coming back in a big way as Photon. I'm noticing a trend here in this series thus far. Whatever top laner is winning their matchup, their team is losing the game a little bit. As Photon, yes, has that lead in isolation, but the rest of the map is a little bit in shambles. Neither side has completed a full item yet, however, so still some room to fight back as VTO trying to make sure that there's a bit of vision here, trying to see if he can maybe get Prio here and start to roam into these side lanes, generate a bigger lead for the team.
The fact that Noah has a lead, though, and Cole in the back pocket means he's going to be in a great spot when that pops. And Zaya, I mean, I think it was actually Betty who was talking about it just the other day, was saying she's so obnoxious when she gets to those 2 items, and if she gets a lead because of how well she spikes in that position. And when you're going for an on-hit build with the Varus as well, it becomes very difficult to try and contest wave states, especially with the Blitzcrank who's just hovering off to the side. Just...
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Blitzcrank hook will not connect. I mean, it's a good call out. The other thing we have to pay attention to is the Baron clear speed on Fnatic at 1.5 to 2 items is incredible with an Azir and a Xayah. Once you get Navori, you obliterate that objective, and the same is true for Azir on 2 items with the Nashers, right? So, have to be diligent on the side of Vitality if they are falling behind, not to ever let their judgment lapse around the objective, or it could just get knocked down.
Yeah, I think it's kind of curious to see Carzzy going for the on-hit, especially because I thought he would maybe go for the lethality just based off of, hey, we've got the Jace, we've got Varus, we can go for this
poke pairs really well with poke.
Exactly, and I think you've got enough disengage that can come through as well with the Talia, but or even separate people out once you have already poked out a couple of members. But I think just a little bit worried about having that consistent DPS, but either way, I don't think it's the end of the world. I think it's still playable from the position that they're in. They just need to make sure they're diligent on getting Carzy that positioning in fights. Otherwise, there are opportunities for Razork to jump onto him with the counter-strike, Humanoid to get a swoop in and just ruin his day, honestly, in a team fight.
Yeah, a lot of vulnerable carries on the side of Vitality, no doubt. And overall, Fnatic, again, in a much better position, 1.5k gold lead, yes, but they also aren't in a position where they have to take maybe some over-aggressive fights or risk anything, as Noah is going to get locked up here. Charm as well, cleanse out, but the ulti still hitting him for a brief moment. They turn the tower off, the feathers are going to fly, the flashback on Hilly! Noah's clean with it, baby! That's a killing spree, a thumbs up, he's going to die. But he's going to die happy knowing he got the outplay.
He got the 1-for-1. And has bought a ton of space on both mid tower and a potential dive on top tower. The Fnatic were setting up just off the back of this Photon. You need to be so careful here. Razork going to try and cut the wave. Has the Blitzcrank in the area as well.
Can't step too far forward. Now we'll see Jun on the way forward. Knockback on the Thundering Blow. Flash to safety. Sidestep isn't there! Hitbox a little too meaty on those fists. Jun lands the hook. Razork takes him down.
So you end up with a kill apiece, but Fnatic are getting more plates in mid, more plates on the top side, so it's Fnatic who are coming out on top when it comes into the grand scheme of things. So nicely done there by Fnatic to get that roam, and Noah, great outplay on the bottom side.
Great outplay, gets the 1-for-1, 3-1 now, has completed the item, has the coal still stacking up, and Fnatic also getting a play on the cross map, only further extending their gold lead. Hylissang finally here, but it is too late. If he cancels this recall, it might be a different story. Oscar, I think mostly just going to be delayed here. Do they want to commit for it? It looks like the answer is yes, but he should just have a tunnel. They need to time this right to interrupt. They're not going to overextend, not going to risk it. Obviously, can buffer the tunnel as well.
That will force Oscar into TP back in, though, so he doesn't end up losing plate. Hilly, do you get the cancel again? Just throw the clue. Ah, okay. But still, I think you should, get the plate here off the back of this, which is still nice, just with that delay, so you don't get the TP back in immediately.
You can see in the meantime, though, just the pick up the early Merc Treads and a small gold advantage for Humanoid has given him so much control in that mid lane matchup. Now it's the old 1v1 is... Oscar's just going to heal that all back up. So I'm going to tell you right now, this is why we are big fans of Rek'Sai top in the LEC. Pretty hard to do anything. Yeah, globally. Yeah, fair. We like it more, though. That's our secret. Jun, X-Flash over the wall. Constant posturing. Both sides need to be ready for the all-in at a moment's notice. Noah off to the side, isolated. Hard for Vitality to commit to the all-in. Noah does have the ulti, or it's about to come off cooldown. Looks like a few more seconds till it will be available. And right now, ooh, Hilly. Razork finding some initial damage. But this is the scary part, the follow-up from Jun. The hook hits Dagless. The snare is going to be there from Razork. Noah waiting over the wall. Carzy immediately can ult. Silence for a brief moment, but Razork is already dead. He's just not tanky this early in the game, and Carzy wants a little bit more damage down. Sky Splitter coming down, not going to connect on either target. Noah just focusing on clearing the wave. Weaver's wall in. VTO wants to get a little something. Jun with a nice pullback. Feathers again going to fly. Pullback is there again. Finding root onto two, but Jun is still standing. They've gotten Noah. They've gotten what they came for. Noah, excuse me, Jun is going to live for another second, but Vitality taking over in the bot lane.
Carzy tanks up the tower at the back end of that, right as Hilly gets hooked in, so Hilly doesn't end up tanking the turret and they don't get the turnaround. So nicely done by Carzy to step into range. And nice job by Jun to attempt it, but now Humanoid off of that play on the top side will get the tower, but still big advantages for Vitality on that bottom side.
Humanoid Azir is a terrifying prospect. But the Hex Gates giving Carzy and the rest of Vitality an angle to make sure this Azir cannot escape. Humanoid sliding and gliding. Dagless can chase if he wants to, but doesn't have access to the flash. Humanoid does. They will not overcommit. And really, on the bottom side, this is such a massive play for Vitality. Razor clearly overestimating how tanky he is.
But watch Dagless here. Doesn't immediately use the stun. Waits for Razor to end up using the counter-strike, then ults himself to get rid of the stun. Well, not get rid of it, but counteract the stun. Then gets his own stun down. And then watch this as we come underneath the tower as well. Jun is trying to play for a hook onto someone who's squishy, and Hilly is definitely that target as the wave is cleared out. But watch, right as Jun goes for the hook, Carzy steps into tower range, tanks that up, continues to tank it up, so Hilly, who is closest to the tower, doesn't end up taking any more damage. And he's able to escape, because one tower shot would have killed Hilly. But thanks to Carzy tanking up those turret shots, they're able to finish off with a double and not lose anyone.
Honestly, great eye tag. I did not catch that in the moment. Really heads-up play, clean in-the-moment decision-making from Vitality, especially after the fumble that they made on the previous dive. You might have been a little bit skeptical as to how well they're going to execute, but that one, you know, a little chef's kiss moment on the tower aggro take from Carzy. Fnatic set up on the objective, and again, Humanoid 2-0, item fully completed. is a threat, but Douglas going in and it's the full commit. They don't hesitate at all. The damage, though, it's not the lethality. Varus, Humanoid are now isolated to the fight. Jun now needs to run. This is the disadvantage of the Blitzcrank. Once you're caught out, you got no tools to escape, and Hylissang wants to keep the ball rolling. Wave coming in on top side. Will meet in the middle. They're going to need a bit more time, but Razork knows that he's stronger for now. Grand exit coming out from Hylissang. Doesn't need to enter the fight, but Razork needs to be the one to back away here, likely just to be the top lane tier 1 for Vitality.
The stun ended up coming through from Douglas immediately onto the counter-strike, so Razork gets a nice out of the trade, but still nets Vitality the terror on that top end of the map. You see Noah hovering around mid lane. I'm not sure if he wants to make a play into video or is trying to wait for Jun to get in position, but it will be the Rift Herald starter for Vitality. I don't really think Fnatic should fight this when a lot of their ultimates are down.
Humanoid's here and he does good damage, just jumps straight onto Carzzy. Knock up interrupted, it's now just a 1v1. Azir trying to do as much damage as he can, but here comes Douglas no longer. Humanoid goes gold and tries to get out, but there's a wall there waiting for him. That is not an exit. Razork, though, wants to kill VTO on the backside. He's already gotten 2, needs to keep this train rolling, but Noah is now coming in. He's done all that he needs to. The carries falling left and right on the side of Vitality. VTO lays down as much damage as he can. But he's just a Talia, he's not top, he doesn't have enough in the tank. Oscar keeping this fight going. Douglas wants to turn it. Noah, have you overstepped the immediate cleanse out? But that's one beefy bear, baby! Oh, he's too strong. And now they'll back away. Nothing left.
Yeah, the Rek'Sai, not exactly a major damage dealer with the ultimate down. And Douglas will be able to heal off eventually, so they will decide that is enough for us, we will back away. But as we come back in, Humanoid goes deep, but doesn't have the ultimate up because he just used it on the top side engage. The interrupt from Jun was huge onto Hylissang because it prevents Humanoid from actually being knocked up by Hilly, so he gets as much damage down as possible onto Carzzy. But will end up falling with Razork just entering stage, or from the top side of that fight. Comes in, managing to get the kill onto Video, but Noah chasing down for the entirety of this fight. Means that he is able to just finish off Video with the ultimate as it comes through. And Douglas sneaks one back somehow onto Noah here. No knock-up available for Oscarinin, and the speed up on the Q is insane to chase down Noah.
That's a big bear. My man called him thick today. You know what I'm saying? He is unstoppable. You were not getting past him. And again, this is the priority and the reason why I'm sure this champion is popular in scrims. That is a scrim Volibear right there. That does not usually happen in pro play, and there's already a fight happening on the bottom side. VTO silence, pushback is big. Photon coming to the backside, acceleration gate to the skies, into the thundering blow. I'm not even sure who's winning right now. Too much is happening too fast. Jun running, and it looks like it's Vitality because nowhere near the fight. Noah not there. Vitality, man, advantage. They turn right to the Drake.
What the hell just happened? We came out of a replay and everyone's scrapping. Immediately, Fnatic fall on what was them setting up the tower dive. We'll have to get another replay to see exactly what took place with Photon. 3 kills, a tower off the back. I just don't understand how we just launched ourselves into that.
It doesn't matter. Getting them numbers up, that's all that matters. More kills, bloodiest series of the year. Let's get it, let's make it happen.
Oh, so they didn't spot Photon, hadn't shown on a wave. So Photon catches Fnatic out by surprise. They just expected this to only be Video and have the numbers advantage, but to the skies, smacks down Fnatic. And then Oscarinin's caught between a rock and a hard place as he tries to move across. And look, Noah did try to move, but it's kind of aware that Carzzy also in a good position against them. But honestly, that play, just off the back of Photon, catching Fnatic off guard by being around in that bottom side of the map.
Okay, we're taking a breath. There have been some plays back and forth. It's 12 to 13 in kills. It's a 1K gold lead. That number does not mean a lot. What you need to keep your eye on is the individual gold leads, and that means looking at Photon. Yes, Jun is ahead. The Knight's Vow will be nice, but that Jace is the one who can start to shift this game. The poke, the all-in potential, something that has to be respected. As the hook does land onto Hylissang. Jun again finding the angle. Hilly now dashing out. Grand entrance gonna keep him safe as Carzzy starts to poke. Ulti gonna connect onto Razork, jungler down, and already the rest of the play is coming in from Fnatic, but it might be too late. VTO going in, looking for the 1v1 off to the side with Humanoid, but here comes Douglas. It's a big old bear, finding his way into the back line. Down goes the Emperor. Oscar gets one back. Noah keeping the fight alive as he finds the shutdown on Photon. It's a fight on 2 fronts, both sides finding advantage.
Carzzy abandoned in lieu of trying to get Humanoid, and both end up falling, but what started off as a decent fight for Vitality with that kill onto Razork ends up being turned around by the Emperor's Divide from Humanoid.
Noah's powerful, but Douglas wants to shut this tower down, steps up. Seismic shove is there, a clean pick, and Vitality just do not stop.
And as long as they don't, they get to keep the pressure on Fnatic. They don't get a second to breathe. And you see here, Razork, they try to make the play into Hilly. I was about to say one hook could change the outcome of this game, but Hilly is so easily able to escape with the amount of mobility that he has and how tanky he is. And then Carzzy predicts the jump on Razork, gets the hit. Humanoid hits Carzzy though with the ultimate. Carzzy doesn't get the flash they wanted away. And then everyone jumps onto Humanoid. I think Douglas could have potentially tried to stay on with Carzzy here and finish off on Skirny, and you can see how low he goes. But either way, it ends up being 3 for 3 off the back of it, but with the final pick coming through from Douglas, makes it a little bit more favorable for Vitality, but the mid lane tower still stands.
And you can see, while it's a noble effort from Noah to try to do as much damage as humanly possible, the fight just does not start off favorable to Fnatic. It looks good with the initial hook, but because they cannot finish the job, because Hylissang walks away, it turns against them so quickly. Jun still walking up, clean sidestep on the ulti, forward, the flash, the pushback, scooped in for a clean combo. Hilly can get out, but there's nowhere for Carzzy to go. The knock up, the follow up, Fnatic can set their sights on the Baron. It's so damn clean.
Jun, that was nasty. Managing to sidestep everything, the ultimate to clear the wave, the knock-up flash out to Carzzy. There's nothing the man can do. And now Vitality, they have to do something, because the Baron's about to go down. Douglas has ult to get in the pit.
The hook, the stun, the CC is there, but Photon and VTO are strong. Fnatic need to finish the objective, but it's healing. Oscar trying to heal back in return. VTO going to be in trouble. Goes golden right as the feathers get pulled back for Noah. He's a bit overeager. Photon cues forward, but he can go and not quite get the damage. Finally finding the shutdown. 4 members up with purple. How much more can they get? They should just kill him. The ulti coming in. Knockback is good, but Oscar says not today. Fnatic take the objective.
That was so close. That accelerating shock blast could have finished off so many low health members of Fnatic in the pit, but Fnatic, Noah manages to buy space, manages to draw Vitality away. They get the Baron, and they somehow manage to get control of the game.
Control might be generous. I don't know if anyone has control of this game, Dagda.
I mean, 10-5-2 for Noah. This man is definitely quite strong, but especially off the back of this play coming through from Jun, this was so sick. The hook, immediate knockback from Humanoid. Carzzy is down. And Hylissang, look, you're gone as well. There's just nowhere left for you to run in that position, but this is where it starts to get dangerous, because the rest of the squad on Vitality do so much work at getting Fnatic low, but just not quite enough to finish. Now with 50 seconds until the Dragon, that could be third Dragon for Vitality, but Fnatic, they have decent map control at the moment. The only presence is Video on that top side.
Fnatic finally able to slow things down a bit with the Baron buff. Played the game at their own pace here. Have not hesitated to match Vitality, but now they're the ones who could try to kick things off. Bit of CC onto Jun, punishing the Blitzcrank for overstanding. Hylissang highwaying through the rest of his teammates to try to get it done, but Humanoid now steps up. Oscar, unkillable. Razork retreating. They're so damn strong, but here comes VTO, the Weaver's Wall, but he's going to walk right into the waiting tower of Humanoid. Needs to kill the Azir, but Humanoid says, nah, baby. I got soldiers to protect me, and Razork's one of them. Carzzy, though, remains unperturbed. He does not care. Noah, again, in the final moments of the fight, walking up to face down Carzzy, making sure that his mid laner can stand strong. So many blinking health bars. Arrow will not connect. And meaningful damage, and the tower is going to fall, but the TP from behind, that was round 1, baby. Ring the bell, round 2 starting. Humanoid and Noah versus VTO and Douglas, 2v2. Third volley won't initially connect. CC not going to connect either. Sky Splitter, he's been outscaled. The Volibear early game is over. Noah and Humanoid wait until they see the whites of their eyes before they start taking their shots. They stop Douglas in his tracks.
Jun, though, wants to go fishing. Hook goes wide. Vitality, though, is starting to come back into the map faster. Razork only just coming back out. Douglas does need to go back, so at the moment, this will be a 4 versus 5 on the Dragon. Video helping escort that minion wave in to deal the damage he needs in the turret, but Noah feels like he's just got the Dragon here.
Noah's so strong now. Has the tools to protect himself. Frees Jun up to make plays. They're in such a good position. This is where he thrives. We've seen it with the Zeri, we've seen it with the Xayah many times. Is it enough for Fnatic to end? They're favored. Baron's about to fade away. Because they take the Dragon, they lose maybe an extra wave that they can play off of. Maybe get this bot lane tier 2 if Vitality are slow to roam or slow to move over. But the buff now fades, and a bit easier for Photon to just clear these wave and threaten with the poke, but the man advantage ensures that they do grab another tier 2, extend their goal lead a little bit further forward. 2-2 the Drake score, but now Hylissang coming in on the side will be spotted by the control ward, crucially. Jun, where does the hook go? Douglas continuing to chase.
Oscar in mood mid, so Vitality were trying to see if they could get that engage, but Fnatic just a little bit too quick because they end up walking out of there, so nicely done by Fnatic. Again, it's been very back and forth this game. I know with only 2k gold in the difference, it can still break both ways. One team fight could make all the difference, but the fact that you've got Noah as big as he is, Razork getting caught.
Razork getting caught up. Counter-Strike going to fade away in a moment, but he manages to stun 2. Razork very strong, but 3 members standing on top of him, likely going to be the end of him. Jun finding the hook, finding one back. Razork still living. Counter-Strike back up. Pick denied. Carzzy charging the arrow, but no, he's getting a couple of extra free hits here.
Not even close. What do you mean? Razork totally fine off the back of that. Photon had to reset. He wanted to move in towards the top side to protect tower, so just missing on that smidge of damage that maybe could have been the pick. But you kind of wanted to reset anyways, Razork, so not the end of the world, just finish his Megatron cloak as well.
Yeah, 3 scary people trying to murder me. I wanted to reset anyway. I mean, well played by Fnatic and Razork to survive in that circumstance. Now moving in to take the red buff away, to deny that from the side of Vitality, slowly looking to choke them out of this game. Jun, anticipating a potential flank in the brush, does just throw a blind hook. Douglas on the flank, finally drops a control ward. Weaver's wall is there. Razork going to be in trouble. VTO over his own wall, though. Maybe not ideal because the flick back doesn't connect. He's immediately forced to pull it back. Noah just one-shot Hylissang. Lovers duo, my ass. That's a clean kill from Noah.
Noah swipes Hilly off the map, and Fnatic, they still feel confident in front of this tower. Photon wants to try and dissuade them, though. Force not screwing away. It's still a 3v4. And Fnatic don't want to let up.
Taking the time, VTO over eager, going to get punished as the hook from Jun is clean. Carzzy can't really step up here. VTO will fall. That's the shutdown. Oscar wants a little bit more, but he may give his life for trying to step up. Photon down 2. Now it's Carzzy versus 3 on the dive. The pull is there. Jun cannot miss in this game.
The bot lane from Fnatic is having an absolute stormer, and Jun is leading that charge. We were posturing as we were looking at Champ Select what was going to be the pick for Jun. This Blitzcrank has been an absolute menace since he brought it out. And here, the fact that Noah goes up into the air, he flashes away thinking he's going to get the feather pullback, but Noah saves it for a second. The hook by Jun onto the volley bear pulls him away and from the threat
feathers
as well. Exactly, through the feathers.
I don't know if it's
perfect.
planned, but it's montage material. This is what you want from Noah and Jun. The playmaking, the confidence on these carries, and again, Vitality, you know, they're doing what they can to fight back in these circumstances. Oscar gives his life, but Fnatic just too far ahead, hitting what they need to hit. Stopwatches left and right. Now Zanya's completed. Fnatic starting to poke the objective. The hook, gonna miss. Relatively low cooldown. But Jun potentially going to be in trouble. Oscar off to the side. Hylissang has to be careful, though. They have to respect the rocket grab.
You can still go into mid tower, though. Fnatic have that way.
They don't have mid control at all. If they lose a fight, they lose Baron and probably the game as well. So they're going to back away. They have a bit of vision to see if Fnatic at least go over the wall. VTO now stepping up. Threaded volley to spot out Oscar. Hook gonna connect onto VTO. It's big. The soldiers follow, but he's still standing. Jun taken out, but the objective already down. Fnatic got what they came for. They'll give one for the big purple worm.
There's nowhere to CP to or try and get involved, so Vitality for the moment just trying to shove in midway, see if they can push this right the way in. Dragon is in 30 seconds, so see if they can establish vision on this bottom side. Get Fnatic into a position where potentially they could look for a pick, but I don't even know if Fnatic really care. Yes, it'll be third Dragon, but they're already starting to knock on this top side, trying to draw Vitality back into their own base.
And there's an argument that the Jace is going to outscale the Rek'Sai on the top side, and I think that certainly is true, but the Jax is also just going to outscale. He's so hard for their team to deal with, right? Talia really the only reliable source of damage there, and kind of a pretty defensive build from VTO. Makes a lot of sense, but the game is not getting easier for Vitality as they're still going to fish for picks. They're still going to look for something. You can see in the corner of the minimap, Hylissang looking for those angles. Doesn't want to hit Razork, does want to lock up Humanoid. Pushback is good, but Hylissang is safe for now. Seismic shove, connecting onto Humanoid, but the follow-up damage is not there. They are overestimating how powerful they are, and Noah is relentless. Feathers fly to die in an instant, and now Carzzy's sent running. VTO trying to make the hero play, but there's not enough damage. Fnatic find the kill. Noah fighting, desperate for the 1v1. Oscar there for the alley-oop to send Carzzy right back to the fountain. Fnatic coming alive in game 2 on the backs of their bottom lane.
Fnatic needed to find that success, needed to find something to push themselves forward in this series, and they'll find it in game number 2.
A reminder that last game was 53 kills, the record. This game was 54. Let's get those numbers up, gang. The series just keeps delivering incredible stuff from Fnatic. Obviously, the bot lane, really solid. Humanoid as well. A lot of the plays with the Azir ultimate. The catalyst to bring this team into the game to put the Vitality down. For now, though, we're going to send to a quick break. 1-1 in the series. Let's see who takes game 3 when we get back.
Wow, this is amazing.
Eh, I mean, I had a break, so. Do you want to try? I'll be right back.
I want to try. Me? Maybe. What am I gonna do?
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Wow, VIT! Incroyable, magnifique. What? No, 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 no. What are you doing? What are you doing? No, keep it. He was so good.
Yours was better.
Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt-Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
Well, this. Oh!
Uy, uy, uy.
Ah, gas.
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
lower and lower. No, with the level 6, Carzy only level 5. He just wants a couple extra creeps to feathers fly!
I tank. Put that. I don't tank anymore. Can you just go? I kill. It's fine. Nice. I use 4 flashes this fight, by the way. It's fine though, yeah, it's fine. Have you... Okay. Actually, let's go. Daggy, nice.
They're flashing on Shaya. No push Rakan. I think... No, I can win this. No push Rakan. 3 for 2. They're getting... I can go Talia here, look guys.
You fought
I flash on her.
Bombix!
We have... Mid.
Welcome back to the LEC. Fnatic putting themselves on the leaderboard. They might have lost that Rakan in draft, but you know what? The Blitz more than made up for it.
Yeah, I feel like the Rakan really should have had a bigger impact this game, considering the early focus coming from Douglas. The fact that they messed up the first dive really gave Noah such a good game, because I feel like the longer the game goes, the harder it is for Noah. I mean, the harder it is for Vitality to actually kill Noah. You saw in every single fight, they were trying to dive onto the Noah, dive onto the Saya, and then every single time it put up like 15 feathers behind them and then shredded it in, and they all just got one shot in the end.
I think like coming out from the draft you guys had in terms of what the 3 lanes looked like for Vitality in the beginning, it was very easy for them to have prior pretty much any lane could push in, and Douglas could just pick whatever lane he really wanted to. In this case scenario, they want to go bot lane, and they really want to just escalate themselves in terms of how far they can get Carzy compared to the Saya. But Jun does a very good job in terms of how he's playing this, not only with his flash, but also cancelling out the Varus Q with his own hook here, completely just setting the Fnatic bot lane ahead. And the more that they try and go on this from Vitality, the more they just get outplayed. I think Noah had a phenomenal series on this side here with how much he was pressured and how much he actually outplayed it.
He did so much work for Fnatic this game. I feel like they really need to bow down to him after this and thank him for this carry performance, because I feel like if he didn't do this, it would be a really hard game for Vitality to win.
Absolutely, because like for Vitality with what you have here, like you take away that bot lane, you just rotate the entire map around Hilly and Carzy and you just play through them. You use their strength around every objective, but by mitigating the amount of pressure they could have had, they no longer was able to do that. And it really just became, I mean, don't get me wrong, I think a lot of people will look at this game and think it was a fiesta because there was as many kills as there was and everything, but you also have to understand how these two teams play League of Legends. Their approach to a game in terms of sieging an objective is, well, if we want this turret, we're going to fight for it. And then Vitality is like, well, we want to defend this turret, so we're going to fight for it. So while there was fights again and again and again, it's really important that you have to understand that these are two teams that will fight for every single objective, and you can see on the stats here as well, this was one of the bloodiest, this is already turning into one of the bloodiest series that we have with how much these two teams are fighting.
Yeah, it sounds like there is method to the madness in terms of how these teams want to go punch for punch, but realistically, at what point does that stop, and does Vitality or Fnatic, this time it had to be Vitality, go, we need to reel it in a little bit because this is getting too bloody, this is getting too out of control, this is too much gold given over, and realistically, we can't even touch the Xayah.
Yeah, I think the comms you heard before, where Hylissang was like, oh, we lost this fight, but used 4 flashes, sums it up very well. The way Vitality fights is, sure, they might lose a fight or go like down one member, but next fight, they know Uno doesn't have flash. And next time they see that person, that's a huge target. So Vitality, they do fight and they force these flashes, and then they try to repeat these fights. That's why Vitality are so good at chaining these fights, because they target people who doesn't have flash.
Yeah, and you can see how up and down the gold difference really went in this game, in terms of, well, they're not really just building one clear gold lead. It's going one over to Fnatic, one over to Vitality. And in terms of answering your question, Ginny, I don't really think any of the teams are going to make it more simple. This is what they do. They want to skill check you for these objectives. They want to outplay you. There's a certain ego that goes into it, but I also think it's going to change the way that both teams will be drafting. One thing is the Xayah that makes it very easy in these team fights, because Vitality did so much to try and put down Noah, but they just were never able to do it, and he was able to just mechanically outplay them.
Hand stiff.
Yeah, hand stiff.
Hand stiff, that's what it was.
But it's also like, if the enemy goes up and takes your space, you gotta let them do that for free, or you gotta fight back. You can't just let the people walk out and not let it go unpunished. I feel like that's kind of what's happening here, that both teams want to like see how far can they push the space, how deep can they go without the enemies responding. And every time they're fighting back, so there's gonna be conflict.
So all I'm hearing is limit testing, hands diff, and trying to some way, shape, or form put yourself in the lead when it comes to these team fights. But when the bot lane that was the focus here, Noah's already so far ahead, that's just a snowball that keeps on going, and Vitality didn't seem to have the answer to put him dead in his track.
I mean, they did at times, right? That's why these fights that you're seeing become so much more about the macro going into it, but also so much about the setup and the mechanics while they're being played out. I mean, you can look at the stats behind you right now. There's a clear hero of this game in general throughout the damage per minute, the damage percentage he had, and just just how well he played despite how many resources was put towards him. And if you're able to put out performances like that in a series between Vitality and Fnatic, that's going to be the difference maker between these two teams, because they're not just going to turn into a lane swap G2 team out of nowhere. At least I don't think so. I think they're going to fight fist with fist over every objective, and it's up for you as a team to set yourself up for the best team fights possible.
Yeah, I feel like Vitality came in with this draft. It's like, okay, they get Saya, but we have Varus and Jace. And she would not be able to hit freely because we're going to poke her down. But I think they didn't play to that well, because every single fight that starts with Volibear or account flashing on someone, and I think they could have taken a bit more time in the setup to actually poke down the side before they hard commit to the fight. Because every time it's just the tally wall coming in, they're flashing on someone, and that's what Saya wants. She wants to ult, pull in the feathers, and kill them all like that.
Yeah, and I also wonder how much priority this Saya is going to take going into some of the future drafts we're going to be seeing now, because Saya is not necessarily a first pick worthy champion, but at the same, I mean, you can, and it will be good, but there's still answers into it. But going from Vitality straight onto blue side now as well, and we know that's something that Kasi also loves playing. Like, it could easily be something like 2019 flashbacks where you first pick a Kai'Sa or Saya, not necessarily the Kai'Sa, but just in general, where new picks will take priority in this compared to some of the other series we've seen.
Yeah, that's a great question, and then we're going to have an answer for that very soon as we're ready to head into game. But the adaptability of this draft, that's what we're going to be looking at first, and let's head over to our casters, Drakus and Dagda.
An excellent question. Draft, of course, deciding a lot of our first game in terms of the massive disparity or perceived disparity as the game unfolded. And in that game, a lot of individual standouts on Fnatic. It does feel like the 80 carry show today. A lot of supporting actors. Don't get me wrong.
I was going to say, don't do Jun like that.
We're not doing Jun dirty. You know, Vitality also a lot of other supporting roles in their game 1 win, but you saw that Carzzy Varus fight where he got auto 1,000,000 times. You saw that entire game from Noah. It's the 80 carry show. Like, if we get to game 5, everyone's just grouping up like we're in an arena and letting them 1v1 in the mid lane to decide who takes it.
And I mean, we've already been looking at the Zeri bans. The Kalista was banned away.
The Ashe, yeah.
The Ashe gone.
Zeri's still going to be banned.
Still gone. And I think that's where we're going to continue. I think it is going to be a lot of focus down towards the bottom side, because you kind of highlight in game 1 and game 2, top side doesn't really matter if you get a lead. Hasn't had that impact that we really needed to translate to the rest of the map. Mid lane is going to be a bit of a farm fest between a Talia or an Azir or something along these lines. So it has to be the junglers and it has to be the bot lane that are making the difference. But Vitality, going to get rid of the Azir. And we were talking in between the games saying it feels like Video hasn't really found an answer to this, because we've seen a lot of the Iranian Sol come out, but he hasn't been willing to pick it. Maybe go towards the Silas, but instead Vitality just going to get it off the board.
And I think when you see the kind of, even though Humanoid wasn't necessarily like the Stark standout in the way that Noah was, he wasn't in a lot of those mid-game plays. He was the one kicking things off. He was the one with the CC kind of either starting those plays or turning a lot of those plays around when it wasn't a hook coming from Jun. So now Vitality going with kind of a standard, you know, you ban the Azir, you pick the Orianna. We'll see if Humanoid wants to handshake here and just go for a control mage of his own.
There is also the option just to take the Varus and say, hey, look, we're happy enough. Ashe is also up and available, so it could be, hey, we take the Varus to try and deny an Ashe Varus take from Carzzy Hilly, maybe even set up for an Ashe Varus themselves here on Fnatic. And then if Douglas wants to go back towards the Volibear, which is favored, you can still take the Jax in this next rotation as well for Fnatic. So I wouldn't be surprised fully. I don't know, at least maybe an Ashe coming through here as well. But it does mean you're then leaving, as you say, the Talias and that other stuff to go. But okay, going to take the Vi.
Okay, so we've got the Varus plus the Vi. Good playmaking combination overall, leaving a little bit more room for Jun to decide what he wants to grab. Can now for Vitality pretty comfortably just lock in jungle AD, look to match Fnatic, leave it up to Fnatic if they want to mismatch roles as you head into second ban phase. And Razork, you know, even in game 1, despite the fact that Fnatic ultimately weren't able to do a lot in the game, Vi did get a pretty significant advantage. Got the 2 kills early, was a bit ahead of the clock, which can frequently be a death sentence. But now the Senna, likely to be followed by the Tahm Kench here. Okay, so we saw this, obviously in the previous series. Carzzy died a lot, but they won the game. And it wasn't a bad performance by any means. Hylissang, we've seen, when he has access to gold, makes a lot of the same amount of crazy plays, but gets away with a lot more of them.
Yeah, I was kind of curious if the Ashe was going to come through, because I still think when you see the Senna TK, not a huge amount of wave push, so an opportunity to try and make a lot of pressure plays down on that bottom side. Even though you will hit 6 later on, I think just looking for turret plates and looking to play at the map through that lane could be an option, especially since you've guaranteed mid pressure here with Humanoid. But maybe after game 1, a little bit unsure as to whether they want to go back towards that duo AD carry lane.
One thing that I will say about this Vitality draft, it's the first time I really feel like they've drafted something that feels so conservative. early on, right? The early levels for Senna often very tricky. Yes, Tahm Kench in isolation is really strong, can do a lot of work, but Senna can suffer depending on what they go for. And now I'm interested to see, we see the Blitzcrank banned away, Maokai, Volibear as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see another support ban here just to try to limit what Fnatic's options are, but they have a lot of room to kind of counterpick whatever they want on the bottom side. 2 of those choices are taken, but you're going to be pretty okay with whatever.
This says to me for Vitality that they want to set up for some sort of strong carry for Photon on that top side, but with the support being taken here, which is perfect for Fnatic, I think you end up a counterpick, well, you definitely end up a counterpick for Oscarina, which makes it hard to get a guarantee good matchup for Photon on that top side. So you could go back towards the Jace if you really wanted to and play that style out, but it feels a little bit suspect to not have a huge amount of lanes that really right now you can play around. Douglas going to go back towards the Sejuani. He's the only jungler that he's played that has been left open, but okay, they're going to go for the Aatrox. So yeah, it is definitely a we will heal and shield and try and fight our way through this fight, through this composition on Vitality. And I kind of like Fnatic to go towards this because you get to survive the lane matchup, and then you've got nice backline threat onto 2 very mobile carries on Vitality.
Yeah, it's also a champion that can be really tricky to dive. If you leave it in isolation, you know, you're not going to do a lot to it. Roam's better, does more early to mid game, and certainly is still a massive engage threat as you go on later. I like the way Fnatic have set their composition up. A lot of pressure on Noah as we get later into the game. He's going to be the one big, reliable damage source, but they just have so many tools early to mid game to pick fights. And for the first time in the series, Team Vitality really lacking, I think, in a lot of circumstances in the early game. Yes, you know, if VTO gets ahead in the 1v1 or you find an advantage early on, there's maybe something you can do, but I'm a bit uncertain as to what Vitality have put together here.
I don't think it's bad if it gets time to scale, but you are waiting 2-3 items, and it's with Fnatic having opportunities for Jund roam around the map, being able to play around that mid lane with the Ahri as well. It feels kind of tough for Vitality to match in a lot of situations. So, as you say, I think it's just weird when the strength that have been working for Vitality is aggression in the early stages, to then just remove all that from your draft.
Yeah, it's not clear to me who's Gandalf, but the remaining 4 members of Vitality are waiting at Helm's Deep for someone to bail them out in the late game. Because I just don't think, short of Fnatic fumbling or Vitality really outplaying, that they just have as many relevant tools early on. The Tahm Kench does shut down a ton of pick potential, though, and that is important to note because there's a Vi, there's an Ahri, there's a Rakan, all of whom in this mid game are going to look for those isolated kills, those isolated targets. But here we are. It's time. We've completed 2 games. A best-of-3 stands in front of us. We'll see who can take the edge in our series. Who can move on to match point. That's FNC. All of them.
I didn't realize that I had an inbuilt shut-up system to me for Gios from the LPL until that chant went, and my entire system was like,
no,
do not speak.
That person was loud. It was clearly their turn to speak, Rob. We gave them the talking stick.
Is
no,
that not the microphone?
It's our turn now.
Okay.
We can talk again.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay, cool.
They're done for now. Fnatic fans showing support, respect, even after tough game 1, still as loud as ever. Coming back strong in game 2. Douglas with a happy bee on brand. Vitality branding, brimming. This is what they wanted from their players.
A bee into a camp. Question mark as to where that camp is going to be set up.
Yes.
But there isn't really, because it's going to be mid lane, because you've got Vi and Ahri. So, video already taking a couple of love taps. Jun getting the vision control on his bottom side to let Humanoid get control and push on this early wave, and then at least try to have a wave state, or sorry, one side of the lane that is safe for him. But yeah, I think this is where Fnatic get to play out their game as they want to. This is Vitality, specifically Douglas, going to be making sure that he tries to match Razork across the map. And it is going to be a big challenge because Razork traditionally has been one of our strongest junglers, although the playoffs hasn't been his strongest performances, but still an incredibly good jungler. And this is where he gets to show it if he can have his moment in the early stages here against Vitality.
Yeah, well, Douglas has been stepping up, right? Still a lot of questions about him. Some good games and definitely a good playoffs thus far, but going to need to keep a high-level performance if they want to make it further. VTO early on, especially at the level 1, can do a lot to trade up against Humanoid getting level 2 first. While we look at Orianna as a scaling pick, it's important to remember that her passive does make her lane phase so incredibly lethal and annoying to play against, as well as, yeah, you can just walk around. You don't have any of those frustrating cast animations. You can just do whatever you want.
Junglers both making their way down to the bottom side. Jun and Noah already going to start to try and get some words in. Didn't miss the bush, but it's fine. They're going to give them the information that they need to as to where exactly Douglas is coming in. But I think, again, it's you want to try and make sure that Razork are getting involved in this mid lane, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him go for bottom scuttle, a contest, seeing as Noah and Jun have push on this bot side, and then start to work into a reset and look towards mid lane.
Backing off, Jun gets a good bit of early vision though, or assumes that he will. For now, he's just using his face to check that one. Make a cooldown around the corner. Is spotted, of course. So we'll be forced to back away, and this is kind of the nightmare situation for VT. Obviously, you don't have the cleanse, want to take the TP. Makes a lot of sense, but the downside is there is a ton of CC threat if you ever overstep in the lane phase. And for the first time this series, it's quiet. Keep in mind, we were on pace to break the all-time kill record in this series, and we would have done it in 4 games. The previous record was, I believe, G2 versus Mad Lions. 2021, where it was like 190 something. We
196.
Oh yeah, we were ahead of that pace. This game, though, determined to keep that record for that particular series.
But they'll catch your chickens before they hatch.
Yeah,
Razork can still go down towards this bottom side, and the bounce back is there, but Douglas also doing the exact same, except Oscar Innen's overextended.
Oscar, backstep is nice. Douglas on the way up. He doesn't have enough time to charge the elastic slingshot, but a flash will take him out to safety. Good bit of damage back. Nice summoner spell advantage on the top side.
Oh, Karzi's low, has the heal. This lane state is in a terrible spot for Vitality, and Razork, I don't think he was spotted just on the edge of that ward, but Vitality playing this very, very safe at the moment.
Okay, Rob, this is what we call the tactical caster curse. There's no way that they'll... Damn it.
Need to be quicker.
Yeah, sorry. Just want the fights, you know? That's what I live for. Seems VTO does too, but he has to be a little bit careful here. Good bit of damage. Humanoid
the auto!
First blood! He saw it coming. He walks up anyway. Doesn't trade flash. It wouldn't have saved him. But that's the difference. We talked about individual performance. You leverage your laning strength. Vitality suddenly might start to find a way into this game. That's a big lead for VTO in the 1v1. 500 gold up.
The solo kill is insane. Because, again, obviously oh, hang on.
Oh, saying not going to find the knockup. Good bit of damage back.
He's going to be fine. But the fact that you get the control early game to kind of keep Humanoid in check. Now, you did have to burn your flash, which makes you a little bit more vulnerable to Razork and Humanoid at the level 6 marks. Yeah. But still, I think you kind of get at least the early gold. I was going to say maybe go for the early Merc threads as well as the Orianna, but opting in towards the Ionian Boots of Lucidity means that he'll have more opportunities to poke Humanoid in this mid lane, but may suffer if Humanoid goes for some sort of ult into Charm.
Which is likely to be the setup. Obviously, Humanoid holds onto his flash there, so there's room in the grand scheme of things to balance that out. At least that initial kill, but good sign for VTO. Leveraging the laning power of Orianna, we see a lot of players just get small leads, but not really able to transition that into something bigger. VTO getting the solo kill. Now, Hilly left all on his lonesome to farm. Karzi could be the one to roam, but he's just going to return bot lane.
Yeah, I think it's more Jun I'll be watching from the roaming perspective. Karzi more than likely will link up with Daggers at some stage, try and get solos off the camps and that, but I think Jun has a good moment here to try and roam, especially if he links up with Razork. You can already see defensive vision control from Vitality, the pink ward in the back of their own red. They are aware that they are the ones that will play in the back foot. And with VTO not having any flash, he has to play extra safe.
Photon. Excellent start to the trade there, but again, similar to our previous matchup, Oscar Innen prioritizing these champions with just obnoxious amounts of lane sustain. Unless you can go for the all-in, it's really hard to win an extended trade.
Look, at least we don't get any lane swaps, you know? Makes it so much easier to keep track of. But VTO, they have to swap out of this one.
Instant flash charm! The knockup is there! The shockwave is good! But the kill comes through for Fnatic. Clean punish. Humanoid holding onto that flash. Giving up his life, but manages to get the trade back.
3 flashes burnt by Fnatic to get that, so it is the 1-for-1 in the extended look at things, but I don't know if 3 flashes might have been as worth as that kill on VTO, but we'll have to see as they will go over towards the Void Grubs. Douglas going to move in here to zone Noah off the bot lane, and Vitality should be able to transition this in towards the Dragon early if they want to.
Yeah, because while it does
Vitality already got the Void Grubs, my bad.
Yeah, while it does even up the mid lane kills overall, gives a lot of free time on the bot side for Karzi and Hylissang as the 1v1's top lane just continue to come through. Photon still has access to ult, as does Oscar, but Humanoid on the way. Razork 2, Photon immediately going to ult for a little bit extra movement speed, needs to sidestep. Clean Q back to interrupt the vault breaker from Photon, forcing the ult out as well. They're going to grab the kill, but it's a solid play to kick things off. Oscar walking away, keeping that passive up too. Fnatic Another excellent dive.
And that was really cleanly executed. Even if Osgurnan had taken an extra tower shot, had the Resurrects, it would have been completely fine. I think that's where, again, it comes back to Fnatic are the ones with the competition they have that can make these plays. And as soon as they know that Douglas is somewhere on the map, they're just going to go for the cross map, get that kill nice and early, and now 2 kills for Humanoid. Suddenly this mid lane matchup doesn't matter as much as the solo kill went across.
Definitely doesn't. Knock up on the Hylissang, good, as Jun just goes in and goes out. Doesn't want to take a longer trade against the Tahm Kench. That tongue lash healing obviously frustrating to deal with. And right now, Fnatic pretty comfortable. Yes, Vitality are getting objectives, and the Senna is stacking up souls at a pretty decent pace, but if they can keep this going and they have the tools to do it, likely to generate an even bigger advantage. We're going to have to keep track of the 3-man core of Jun, Humanoid, and Razork when it comes to making these plays across the map.
And this is why I want to see Douglas start to sync up with Razork. So you can see he's gone in towards his top side, now starting to move into his bot lane to match what he expects is going to be Razork's path of moving back into the bot side after getting the plays on top. So at least Douglas will be matching Razork at the moment, but Razork has already done a decent job of desyncing himself from Douglas, so he is able to go for the cross maps. And now the Humanoid's unlocked as well, you essentially get, well, I was going to say a third jungler, because Jun's been doing a great job as well of just moving around the map. That's why Vitality, they need to get more of this vision down, defensive vision down, to spot out how Fnatic are moving around the map.
That's so hard. This is one of the things. Vitality put themselves in a bit of a hole in the early game with this draft. Yes, Orianna wave clear is decent, but Senna Tahm Kench notoriously bad at pressuring. Photon not going to be in a great spot up against the Zac, and so it's hard for them to really respond to a lot of the plays that Fnatic are making.
Especially when Fnatic have great vision, as Humanoid, yeah, he's going to be fine, but I just wanted to highlight this ward here as well. It was actually really, really smart. So that ward doesn't ever get spotted because Douglas always queues over the wall. He wants to try and make as much time or use out of his abilities as he goes through. So you actually just spot him on the Raptors, but he never gets cleared out. So really nice one there as Video. Going to spot Razork moving through the mid lane.
Hits him with a thumbs up. This time around, he does have the flash. Razork and Humanoid still waiting on those cooldowns to come back. But as long as Humanoid has that ultimate, he can play a little bit forward. Fnatic setting up on the top side, second grub spawn ready. Douglas debating if he wants to kick things off, but doesn't have a support in the immediate area. Entirely dark, though, for the side of Fnatic. Jun steps up, throws out a quick Gleaming Quill, and Battle dances back to safety. I mean, very tempered from Fnatic. Not to overcommit here, but Vitality, I also don't know if there's a whole lot they can do without Carzzy and Hylissang, but speak of the devil, here they come. Vitality committed. Bot lane's obviously in a neutral state, so they are ready to put a bit of extra resources towards the top side of the map to ensure they can get a few more grubs.
His recess. I think Vitality want to try and fight this, but Noah didn't go boss. He's starting to come in. Humanoid very late on the reset, though, means that Vitality should be able to get the majority of these.
Hylissang's right there, though. There's not really anyone they can isolate other than Douglas. Snare's not going to connect. Douglas tries to interrupt, but crucially Razork gets one. Hylissang now leaping in. The jungler just going to get taken out. Doesn't even get a chance to ultimate. Hylissang now trying to walk back the rest of his team. Charm connecting. Ulti from Bar is going to lock up 2. VTO hit on the backside as Fnatic try desperately to disengage. Curse of the Black Mist. A bit of extra protection. Hylissang forced to flash to safety. But crucially, that 1 grub is denied. It denies the 5 grub buff. It pushes Vitality out of the area, and it's 2-2 in the overall kill score.
The kill going across, though, makes that very nice for Vitality. And it was a bit of a late movement here from Fnatic. Humanoid went back to base, didn't quite have the TP up on time, so had to walk his way in. So as we come into this fight, you can see Humanoid trying to make his way back into the play, and Razork needs to move in because it's going to be easy for Douglas to finish these off, but this fight comes through. The execute on towards Razork is great from Vitality. And yes, you get everything thrown at Hilly, but the heal comes through, the grey health comes through, and at the end of it, he flashes away from any sort of follow-up Fnatic have.
Good that he's able to survive. Fnatic losing that kill, not ideal. I don't even know if they really needed to care that much about 5 grub buff. Vitality don't really have pressure across most of the map, but chose to commit for it. Does cost them a bit as Hylissang is now flashless, and it looks like Fnatic want to take that opportunity. Put more attention on the bottom side. For now, it's Noah and Jun, but Razork hovering in the area. Dragon 44 seconds away. See some vision placed down here as Vitality. No, they can't really walk up into the river, but they can at least get a cheeky ward into the pit.
Again, though, it's Douglas on the top side, but Fnatic are looking to attack that bottom side. So maybe there is a window here with 2 minutes where he actually gets that hotspot grub. But yeah, they're just spotting Razork on the map, so Douglas is going to move back in, try and cover. But I think, yeah,
the debate.
He's going to hold on in towards this mid lane.
I'm just watching Douglas on the minimap. Will he go for the grub? It's a bad, like,
oh, Carzzy.
Carzzy. Hylissang. No flash on the Frog. Catfish, excuse me, but he'll make it out for now. No immediate follow-up either. Fnatic, I think, hesitate when picking their targets. Humanoid's ult not going to amount to much, but it does get them control of the Dragon Pit. Daggles in the
to
area.
fight this is Vitality, though. Humanoid has no ult now, which is pretty big for this upcoming fight if you want to, but they are very split. And Fnatic want to turn their attention to Video to find the pick beforehand.
VIT needs to walk up, but the flash forward into the ultimate. Jun immediately going to follow with the entrance. Noah's got the damage, and that's going to be the kill. Shockwave fizzles because the Orianna dies mid-animation. 1v1 on the top side. Photon doing a lot of work here. Oscar starting to fall behind. The Aatrox online. Let's bouncing out to safety. Getting the extra blobs will be okay, but the Dragon's been started by Fnatic. Vitality now walking up. 3v3. Humanoid not in the immediate area. Will finally start to walk over. Vitality. This is kind of crazy to be contesting this. Even without ulti, Humanoid is still a powerhouse. Decent damage onto Hylissang. Dagless buying as much base as they can, but Carzzy slowly but surely starting to chip away at these health bars. That's a beefy Catfish, but the engage is there. Hylissang gets a bit more space. TP now coming in. Carzzy into the back line. It's a melee range Senna, and it's working. Jun now on the retreat. Blast cone out. Carzzy wants to finish the kill. He wants one more, but Humanoid is here to punish. That's one back for the Ahri. A bit extra healing. Razork still stepping up. Needs to be a bit careful. Dagless, the body block from VT was good to stop Razork from going to the back line. The Shockwave is there. It didn't get used in the previous fight. The dash up just in time for Humanoid to get out, but Jun lingers a bit too long. He wants one back, and it's a double for VTO.
They bought just enough time to get the reset from VTO thanks to the TP into that fight. And yes, the Dragon went over, but that's so many kills that go over in favor of Vitality. And now getting to get some much needed first items coming through as well. VTO looking good off the back of that.
14 minutes in, Carzzy at 60 souls as well. 60 extra range, a lot of extra AD. He's starting to hurt, and this is a wild fight.
Yeah, Dagless prevents Humanoid from coming in, and yes, Jun goes forward, but Haley knows that he's very tanky. Great ultimate from Carzzy off the back of this, and even as they try to go forward with Razork, he just gobbles up Senna and then repositions him at the back line, so he's in a great spot, but Razork does have the chase down potential. Dagless, I thought, had interrupted enough to save here, but Humanoid had just barely got the W off before the Shroud comes down on the Senna. And then watch the Shockwave here. VTO, right as Humanoid is about to go forward, but Hylissang able to connect onto Jun in the back line. Even though the Ahri escapes, Vitality get a lot of gold onto the carries.
I was saying cooking. Now a little bit in trouble here. Is relatively tanky, but it's 3 members of Fnatic, 4 members of Fnatic, but Noah's going to turn his sights back on the mid lane. TP out, waits for the charm. There's no way that works. What? Well, you got to try sometimes. Respectable effort. Anyway.
It's just never gonna happen.
It was not going to complete. Photon, though, obviously farming damage, as you can see from the Santander total damage. He is playing against his axe. Those numbers are a bit fake, but VTO, Carzzy doing a bit of work here. Oscar coming in, though. VTO now the one who's been caught out, making him kiss. The Shockwave coming through as well, but Fnatic obliterate that fight. They don't have their support. Never mind, that's their support. It's Carzzy. He hasn't been farming, and now he's dead.
Haley getting caught and then not having the TP to join the fight comes back to bite them because Fnatic teleport into the play. Now, yes, you get the Herald. You see that in the hands of Dagless, but 5 to 8 in the kills. Slowly, this gold lead starting to open up for Fnatic.
And Oscar, the one who benefits so much. Okay, so they start this at a man disadvantage. All of Fnatic are descending. TP in. Looks good for Fnatic.
But it's VTO getting caught. The Aatrox immediately getting burst out for Photon. And there's just nowhere else to really turn to. You don't have any damage left. Good ultimate from Razork as well to keep Dagless at bay as the rest of Fnatic turn on towards the AD carry.
Here we see the Fnatic coaching. No, sorry, that's just Cadril. Not Cadril. I can see him with his hand on his face as he reacts to himself reacting to the game. Just that moment of embarrassment. What's up, Mark?
Oh, my. How's it going, bud?
Santander, first turret. 3K lead now at this point for Fnatic. I think Vitality, every time they do something that feels like it brings them back to the game, they get a little over-eager to make these plays. And while there are a lot of things about their composition that favors them as they go later into the game, they still have to give some respect over to the playmaking that Fnatic really bring with this comp.
And especially when you look towards the 1-3-1 and side lane pressure, but Vitality want to try and respond to that. So Humanoid, relatively safe in the side lane. Orianna, never safe in the side lane because she just is so vulnerable with the amount of chase down potential that Fnatic have. So as long as Fnatic are able to separate out the map, they're good. But Razork gonna have to get out of here. Should be all right.
Ball breaker Jun. Can just go for a bit of a knock-up if he wants to try and disengage. Shockwave whiffs completely.
So I think he expected Douglas to use his E because all the stacks were there into Razork, then the Shockwave would come through, but a little bit of miscommunication there on Vitality means that they don't actually get to play, and now Fnatic feel significantly more confident moving up here.
Definitely do. Carzzy, 1 stack away from 80. Nice break point to hit, but Noah already completing the Blade of the Rune King. Ulti in on to Photon. It's a bit of a delayed exchange. Shield coming in from the Senna. TP there as well. Nice play to kick things off from Photon, forcing the flash out from Razork. Humanoid dashes over the wall. Photon has to be careful about stepping too far up. Douglas on the way. Razork now retreating back to enemy territory, just trying to draw Vitality's attention. He knows the play is fizzled. Most he's going to have to give is his life. Nice turn back, however, on the Carzzy. Good damage, and here comes Oscar! It's a genius play in the end! He buys time for the rest of his team to show up, and Razork still alive! Stopwatch is there, but Oscar Renin bouncing through the back line effortlessly. Vitality now on the retreat. Fnatic pushing forward with 4, but one more time, the interrupt on the Arctic Assault. Douglas going to find the angle, but the charm over the wall, and the VTO is big! Double kill for Noah. Fnatic with the extended exchange coming out on top once again.
And the initial play looks like it's gone completely astray for Fnatic. The tower dive looks messy. Photon has the Merc thread, so is able to get away from the initial play. But because you had the Zac come in towards mid, it actually takes a second for Vitality to respond because they have a 2v2 in mid. And as they start to chase on, this was great from Razork. Finding that angle, the jump onto Carzzy, hide in that bush that has the pink wards, so you can't follow up with the auto attacks. And then the rest of Fnatic follow through. Jun with the double knock-up, one of them onto Video, forcing him to go golden. Means that a lot of that damage isn't there from the Orianna. And Carzzy's trying his best to deal out damage in this fight, but there's just not enough that can match with the amount Fnatic are churning out right now.
Certainly not. Herald used on the top side. Carzzy getting shredded. Hylissang finally going to use the ultimate Devour. But he's just buying a couple extra seconds now. Going to journey out to safety, trying to spit Carzzy out. That shield going to start to fade away. Curse of the Black Mist, trying to stay healthy. Flash back from Carzzy is good to deny the initial pick, but now it's Hylissang who's in trouble. Herald on the top side already going to grab the tower. Tahm Kench likely to fall. Shield now finally coming through on the thick skip, but the charm connects. And Noah now on a killing spree. One more charge into the top lane as Photon desperately tries to get a little bit something extra back. We're a few seconds away from Baron. Fnatic, they take down Photon, likely to just turn their sights on the objective, but they got some relatively low on cooldowns as Carzzy is in enemy territory right now. Vitality, I think, overstaying here. They're trying to take the jungle out to make sure that nothing can happen, and Razork's still alive again for a second. The healing coming through Sundered Sky, looking like a nice and balanced item in that moment. Vitality again, they can't help it. They want to kill Razork so bad, but they're all dying for their attempts. The shockwave is good from VTO, but the follow-up is not enough. Hylissang out. Fnatic obliterating Vitality in back-to-back fights.
5 people on Fnatic fall as they try to make something happen on the top side, but Fnatic will not be denied as they immediately turn over towards the Baron. And Vitality, they had some explaining to do. They thought they could make a pick onto the top side, but Carzzy is completely zoned out. You're not going to be able to get Razork, as you say, getting those small heals from the Sundered Sky. And then the TP comes in, is just a desperate attempt to save the play, but Haley charmed immediately. And Jun will fall in the midst of all this, thanks to a good shockwave from Video. But it is not enough. Fnatic come out on top.
Mixture of laughter and shouting. Absolutely the vibe of this game. Fnatic strong in this one, and again, I think Vitality put themselves in the back foot and draft said, hey, we can outscale. We have a draft that if we play a little bit more tempered, you know, and go to the late game, things will work in our favor. They are not playing more tempered. They are playing absolutely nuts right now. Why are they so aggressive?
And Noah's taking his temper out on Vitality. This guy has had a great series. The Xayah game last time, most damage in that last fight. Stepping up again.
Shockwave good to start things off. Jun though, humanoid off to the side as well. Again, another fight. In the blink of an eye, they're gone. They disappear. Vitality sent running. Fnatic so clean when they pull the trigger, when they have the tools to start a fight. They're gonna start it. Photon tries to get something back. The Aatrox is good. It brings a bit of hope for Vitality, but not enough to take the fight. Humanoid plays cleanup. It's a double for the Ahri. The triple coming in for Noah. And an absolute slaughter.
And you could just get both of these outer towers now. Noah going to finish off the mid lane. There's going to be another minion wave Congo wave lining its way in a moment. And they move their attention to bot side as well, as Oscar wants to try and push that one in. Dragon up and available as well. Vitality lose so much off the back of that play thanks to the Baron buff.
And you can see Vitality think they have an angle, but it's a magic trick. Let's watch an entire team disappear.
Yeah, the double knock-up. Immediately with Humanoid there. Oscar coming in over the back line as well. And sure, Hilly tries to save anyone, but there's just not a hope. Fnatic are ruthless in how quickly they want to close out this game.
They're too far behind, and Fnatic aren't just going to give them any more of these cheeky little step forwards where they maybe fish for an angle or fish for a pick. It's a huge lead. Again, winner of this goes on to face BDS next week in our first best of 5. Winner of that plays G2 in the finals, but right now Vitality can't afford to be thinking about next week. They need to think about the game that's in front of them. It's going to be a desperate hold. It's already almost a 5K Baron power play. We must have missed a lot of towers going down in that replay.
Yeah, I mean, they already are putting pressure onto the bottom side tower, which is why you're seeing 3 members of Vitality try to go there, but Osgridden doesn't give them the angle of attack. Instead, it just gives Fnatic 2 more towers on the top side of the map. And now Vitality trying to see if they can make some sort of play in here, but Oscar he gets bot side tower as well. He can still TP in.
And
Fnatic,
advantage.
blood in the water.
Razork unstoppable. Jun immediately follows up. Hylissang denies the play. Carzzy, does he have enough damage to bring this fight back? Good ulti across the team. Flash away from the Zac, but Humanoid's on the chase. Determined. The knockup from Hylissang buys a bit more space, but the base is falling apart. Razork doesn't even care about the fight, and that's it. They're done. Ring the bell. Throw in the towel. This game is over. Fnatic, with absolute confidence from beginning to end, move on to match point. It's going to take a moment longer, but Vitality are sent back to the drawing board for game 4.
There is no mercy from Fnatic. You cannot give them that much control in the early game, and Vitality just found out why.
And we talked about this series, smiles, momentum, bows between the teams.
High five.
Now, Humanoid said, after a bad week of practice, we played bad on stage. Well, I don't know what happened to the one day between we last saw them, but it must have been some damn good practice, because Fnatic playing together, playing with confidence, recovering from a rough game 1. This is what you want to see from this team. And for Vitality, we saw how good they can be in game 1, but this game, so aggressive, so eager, over-forcing, and Fnatic more than happy to show them the error of their ways. Game 4 right around the corner. For now, we're going to send it to a quick break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
little bit careful here. Good bit of damage.
Oh,
Diano! First blood!
I keep Shaco you. Yeah, nice. Ahri ult. Ahri no flash. Look Rakan.
Yeah, I can.
Looks good, he has no flash. Don't die. Nice, good job. TP. I'm fine, TP, I'm fine. Send it on Ori. Kill Ori. Nice. I can ulti Aatrox too, by the way. Go. I go more.
Send on flash.
Look at Seju. I have Seju, guys.
I go mid, okay?
Yeah, Seju no flash.
Welcome back to the LEC, the most entertaining league in the world. Fnatic putting themselves another game on the map, ahead in this series this time around, 2-1 against Vitality. I'm Ginny, joined with GB and Roxa this time around, and we're gonna try and break down what's going on here, because you said there was method to the madness. It felt like Fnatic is sticking to that theme, but for Vitality, it's not so much working out.
I mean, there's definitely madness, and I'm sure there was some method going into it, but I think some of the execution and maybe some of the, let's say, discipline we've also been talking about has been lacking a little bit. I at least think with a composition that they built around here, where you have Ori, you have Senna, you have a lot of these scaling elements, you have an Aatrox that's going to be chilling as well. They could have dialed back a little bit on all the heavy action and felt fine going into the late game, but yeah. I mean, as a theme of this entire series, that just wasn't the case, was it?
I just like punch me and I'll punch you back. I'm not going to punch anyone here, but that's been the theme.
Do you want to swap spaces? Or?
yeah, really, me.
I like the adaptation from Fnatic though. They came in with, you know, the cheese Diana pick and really strong early game in game 1, and now, sure, there's still a lot of fighting and a lot of, you know, crazy chaos going on, but it feels somewhat controlled compared to what we saw at the beginning, and especially this game, I feel like they really found their footing. We saw it in the voice comms and the game turning Herald fight as well, where they were all just on the same page. And I think these mid ganks were really, really key. Like, Vitio starts out the game solo killing Humanoid, shutting him down.
The cannon event.
He just constantly gets ganked by all of Fnatic, and eventually that mid lead that they were supposed to have fades away. Humanoid and Noah both turn into literal monsters, and Fnatic in mid and late game are so good at utilizing these guys when they're fit.
And I think that's what was really lacking as well in some of the other series that we saw here for Fnatic, was like getting Humanoid ahead to that point where he can be a bridge in terms of setting you up for these team fights. And as you said yourself, like dying as the Ahri in the beginning, we've seen loads of mid laners doing that now. You suddenly just come back stronger for whatever reason. But I also think as a team, Fnatic was just a team that came together in terms of making the plays as five teams together, same screen as we used to say. And on the side of Vitality, very much isolated, and I think very much miscommunication. The second time that Vitio died there as well, I mean, he knew that the Fnatic was in the river. In this fight as well, where they picked up the Rift Herald initially, they're just not ready for Fnatic to suddenly start and engage. And Vitio, while having flash here, still gets caught out. As soon as he's dead, the rest of Fnatic's just able to pick up the scraps. And I think that was really the fight that blew open the game in Fnatic's favor, because suddenly they just dictate the tempo. And Vitality, we know them, they can't slow down, which you're seeing currently on your pictures right here. They had to go for Razork, they couldn't let it go, and it just ended up being Fnatic taking more and more and more.
The most important thing in these kind of games is that you're actually on the same page. Generally, when you're a pro player, one of the first things you learn is that it's better to follow a bad call and all five dive into it together than being on different pages and doing a bunch of different things. And I think here, regardless of, you know, what fight we saw from the Herald point onwards, Fnatic just dove in as one, and Vitality were not a unit at all and just had no way of responding. And, you know, at some point they were so far behind that no matter how well they were to play, there was just no way back.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the entire Fnatic draft was really just set up in a way where no one ever goes in alone. If the Vi goes in, the Sack is coming off. The Sack's going in, Rakan's there with you. Ahri going in, well, you guessed it, coming off right behind you. The only one who couldn't go in was Noah and the Varus, but hey, that could have been a Kai'Sa instead. But it's just the fact that it's easy to play a composition like Fnatic's when the games are as chaotic as they are, because you know there's going to be fighting, you know there's going to be skirmishing. As soon as you get one lead, you just keep the aggression going, and that's what Fnatic did, to the point where Vitality did not know how to come back from that.
Part of the crew, part of the ship, that's how it felt like when we were looking at Fnatic. That was something that you said to me like a while ago, stuck. But when we're looking at Vitality, we said that we heard Finn say it, we've heard Team say it. They drag you down with them in the mud, and they want to fight you, and they will make sure that you fight them. But now they're losing at their own game, and they don't have, it doesn't feel like they have the tools in the toolbox to slow it down a little.
Well, you also need to keep in mind, they decided to draft Tahm Kench for their main playmaker. Huli is the guy who has to, you know, push them forward and really make everything happen. And if you don't give him the likes of a Rakan or any kind of playmaking champion, really, it's going to be a tough time for them. So I'm
He's laughing, right? Because I was going to say he got me in the first half.
I'm expecting big draft adaptations from Vitality.
Yeah, but I still got their philosophy of what they wanted here. It's like, oh, if they ever pick Vi on the AD carry, well, we just got Tahm Kench to follow up. What I think they were not prepared of is that they were going to go for as many dive buttons as they were. And Fnatic was like, well, it's cool, you gobbled up one member for the Vi ultimate, but here's the Zac, here's the Rakan. How many teams can you really disengage with this? And suddenly, you didn't have a disengage composition. You were stuck with a composition where we can only stop one of you, and now we're just immobile. And that really was difficult for them. So I had to agree with the sentiment that Broxah is bringing into it. With the way that the games are going currently, you may need more outplay potential that was currently drafted in that situation.
Yeah, even when we're looking at the first draft coming out from Fnatic, it was very much, we want to fight, we want to play team fights. Yeah, the Diana may not have necessarily done as much damage, but it seems as the game they want to play either way.
Yeah, I think Vitality, choosing red side is the good step in the right direction, because now they have the opportunity of getting some counter picks and actually setting up these key picks that can bring playmaking and turn things around.
Yeah, and with them choosing red side as well, we're going to be looking into how they're going to draft this one out, because we're ready to head into potentially the final game of the series, because Fnatic has never lost a BO5 to Vitality. So let's head over to our casters, Dracos and Dagda.
That's us. Dracos and Dagda. Thanks, Ginny. Here we are, as highlighted. Match point for Fnatic, potentially the last game. A bit nervous for Vitality if they kind of come in with the same draft approach, I think it's safe to say. But I imagine with the choice of red side, they'll adapt a bit. Maybe back to the try to give Photon counter pick. But frankly, Oscar has just had impact in all of these games, regardless of the top lane matchup. The only game that they won, game 1, was when Photon didn't pick for the lane, he picked for the team.
Yeah, I think it's been less of a case, though, of the top lane impact being that huge. I think it's more of a, hey, my team is winning, therefore I get to have an impact.
Yeah.
And if you look back, as you say, the Malphite, that was the game where Vitality had a clear advantage and he was able to make it work. But we are coming into game number 4. Zeri's still going to be taken away. You're still seeing a lot of looks towards Photon with that TF ban. Bodywear ban going to come through as well for Fnatic, though.
I can understand why they don't like the Rumble, the potential for the flex pick. Obviously, Noxious in the bottom lane, too. Just messes up a lot of bot lane matchups, as does Zeri. TF, generally a good band, also good against Photon, the Rel, best jungler right now, alongside Volbear. And now, the Rek'Sai will be taken away. Snap, first pick on the bar as Ashe is up. So now they're going to go for Vi. And despite Vi's success in a lot of moments in the series, I gotta say, this champion, really needs something to pair with it, a dive buddy if you really want to make it work. And if it falls behind, it feels pretty bad. Also, because you can still go towards something like the Maokai as well on the opposite side, which is something that we've seen quite a lot when Vi was at the height of her pick rate, is just a great answer. You throw down the ultimate response to the Maokai, it deny any sort of follow-up engage, and it makes it very difficult for the Vi to really operate in any sort of dive competition. But Zai taking the opposite side, maybe it's the immediate Rakan, to be perfectly honest. Just guarantee the Lovers duo, and it has been, Hitty's just been a monster on the Rakan, so it makes sense. Giving him that proactive playmaker. Last game we talked about their draft, it just kind of had to absorb blows from Fnatic in the early game and hope to outscale, but now Fnatic secure themselves really good picks. We're not almost always banned away phase 2, not usually prioritized this early in the draft, but once you see enemy support, obviously you can just lock it in. Decent matchup with the Rakan. Excellent tool for disengage and creating space for the Varus to maneuver, as well as for the Azir. So Fnatic right now, this first 3 looking good.
Also because you take away a lot of the mobile mid lane champion pool by taking the Azir, right? Because when you look at what's left, it's Talia, the Orianas, maybe a Norellian Sol if Video's feeling really spicy, or maybe even a Sylas, which is what we were talking about is the potential answer that you could see for Video, but all of them are going to struggle to maneuver away from the ultimate from the Renata, and if you end up taking the Maokai across the top of this as well, any sort of dive composition is going to be completely thwarted by Fnatic. So from the get-go, Fnatic looking relatively good with the answers that they have, and you kind of get an idea of what way the Vitality draft is going to go on this 4th rotation, so you can respond pretty well from Fnatic.
So Poppy now getting banned away. Would not be surprised to see the Sylas taken off the board. Obviously have Sejuani to pair with it. Sejuani, a good jungler, but the high priority, I think, for Vitality, heralding a melee top or mid laner to be paired with is, those are the team logos. We're getting right back in. Don't mind it. So now, where are we at? What is the last ban going to be here?
Yeah, I don't think I'm particularly... Okay, so just going to get rid of Oscar and Cassante, but I don't think I'm particularly worried about the Sylas coming through because of that Renata. I think we're more than likely going to see an Orianna ban here. And just saying, look, or maybe the Ari actually could be a, yeah, Ari is going to be banned away just to say, hey, look, this is something that can set up relatively well and be a bit of an issue. So we're just going to try and remove that. And now I think you fall back to Orianna, Silas, or that Aurelion Sol. That would be a different look.
Okay. All right, does not want to take the Aurelion Sol into the Azir. Wonder if it's not something that Vitality were able to practice this week or if it's just a personal preference, but the Akali, a much bolder choice, a champion who we've seen can be very good, but might struggle against a champion like Vi on the opposing team if Fnatic do lock this in.
And I think that's this is, look, let's just make video miserable on this pick. The Vi going to be able to come in. We get that guaranteed lockdown. You can set up them with the ultimate coming across the top from Jun, and Video just doesn't really get to play the game. Even having the access to the bailout is going to make things very difficult for Video. So I'm not the biggest fan of the pick just based on what Fnatic have already locked in. But it does mean that more than likely we're going to see Vitality try to set up for some sort of 1-3-1. So I expect a carry pick from Photon in this top side. More than likely, I'd say, going to be something like a Jace, because chances are Oscar is going to take some sort of tank just to round out this sort of play.
Yeah, Zac good, but I mean, blind Zac is a bold call. In the past, we saw when you wanted to pick the Zac in winter, at least, the Darius was what you usually banned away. We saw 1 or 2 matches where the Darius did perform very well. Don't necessarily love it into what Fnatic's composition is bringing to the table. Pretty hard for Darius to get that backline access. But Photon needs to pick something impactful here. This would be bold, but at this stage in the draft, they really need an edge in top lanes. They've given up so much of their draft to ensure a winning match up top, and now it's going to be the Renekton-Sejuani pairing. There's some pressure on Photon to really pull ahead here.
You've great skirmishing on this top half of the map, though, with a Renekton. The melee version of your mid lane as well will be able to set up for Sejuani. So the 3-man counter for Vitality in this top side is going to be crazy strong. But I think Fnatic are definitely going to be looking more towards, hey, we're going to play down towards this bottom side, look to try and stack these early dragons. And as long as you don't give up towers as Fnatic, I think you're going to be able to enter into a mid-game and late-game where your team fight is just exponentially stronger and you can win out through that.
I just feel like this is one of the most insanely high-value Renatas we've ever seen. And it was picked so early in the draft, and Vitality are willingly walking in to this champion who can just hostile takeover in the face of an Akali Shroud or Renekton, instantly mitigate their impact, or use the bailout to really stop that immediate kill pressure in fights. And it's not impossible for Vitality, but Fnatic, I feel like, when it comes to simplicity, when it comes to ease of execution, if we make it out of the laning phase in an even state, they are very favored.
Yeah, I think the only way that they could have really countered this was, say, take something like a Tristana in the mid lane, and then you take Gwen in that top side, which can do relatively okay into the Zac. But we haven't seen Gwen really start to poke her head into drafts for a long, long time at this stage, so maybe not having as much practice on it, they don't feel comfortable. But it is just difficult when Video's champion pool was pinched so much, and there's no real good answer into the Azir because of where it was picked in the draft phase. So honestly, I think Fnatic just coming through with a really good understanding of the draft and feeling fine to just go, Razork will pick up something. We will just let that jungler slip through, because you still had like Xin Zhao, everything.
Xin is still there, which is crazy. We are having a bit of an audio issue on stage. The game was immediately paused before players left the fountain, so do not worry, you have not missed anything quite yet. We'll work on getting that resolved as quickly as possible, the league officials, that is. In the meantime, you can look at the smiling face of Photon and Douglas. They're having a great time. Good to see that the mood is up on the side of Vitality in such an important game. Remember, they have the hardest road of the remaining teams in playoffs, not because they're at match point against Fnatic, but because even if they win, they then have to beat BDS, and they then have to beat G2 if they want to go to MSI. So the odds have certainly been stacked against them, and we'll see if they can bring it back in this one and take us to a Game 5. Let's get into it.
I think a lot of the pressure is going to be on Douglas in this game. Huge amount of it's going to be, can we work with Hylissang? Can we get this early lead? Because Vitality, they need towers, they need side lane access, they need control in this game. Because if Fnatic just get to scale to a late game point, if they just get to team fight, they're going to be so happy with the way these fights go.
It's a lot of yellow and green. Sorry, intrusive thoughts one there. No one taking any other trees, a little tiny bit of inspiration, otherwise we're just, all right. See where the Keystone focus is. A lot of grasp, Conqueror, etc., etc. Bot lane is a big question for me, though, because I think Noah's had a really excellent series thus far. I think the previous game Hard to take too much from, just given the matchup that they were in. Tom Kench, you know, kind of just going to lose by default more often than not. It's more about how big can you, or how far can you push your lead. But here, they've got double range. They should be favored early on. Hylissang, obviously a legend on the Rakan, his most iconic pick. Unless you want to go back to the Morgana in like Season 4, but I don't think any of you were that old in the audience, so.
They didn't know it was Civ HD, so.
Stop, like, oh, Civ HD. There's not even a LeBlanc in the game yet.
A lot of brushes.
A lot of brushes, though. A lot more brushes on the new map. That's
no
for
Roas
sure.
either, actually. Yeah, it's fading quickly.
Bad time. So for now, as expected, early prio on the bottom side. We'll keep an eye on those junglers as well as in the top lane matchup. Renekton, also important for Photon to find a lead here. This is his counter pick. You know, they really put a lot into this draft to make sure that he could last pick. If he can't come out on top against the Zac, it's going to feel like that priority wasted.
I do like the problem was that you kind of read on Fnatic that you want to go for a carry in the top side. And if you go towards a Jace, Zac is actually relatively fine in that matchup and has great setup for a jungler that can come up there and try and punish. I think that's why we saw the Akshan hovered, because he at least have got a little bit more mobility.
Yeah.
But in the grand scheme of things, Akshan is so difficult to make work. Vitality have struggled to make it work in the past with Photon as well. So I think it was just a look. We're going to take the Renekton. We still have good trades, as you can see here in the early stages, to be able to take over the lane phase and just try and play more for these skirmishes on this top side instead. But you need to get the ball rolling early as Vitality to make these picks work.
Yeah, definitely do. Early Tabby, some extra armor, maybe a Bomby Cinder, and it becomes, or it starts to feel like it's impossible to get this Zac out of lane. Photon already roaming down towards the mid lane. Rare that we see this kind of aggressive early action. Maybe hoping just to catch Humanoid out here or Shadow in case of a jungle gank, but given that he crashed the wave so early, he has a lot of free time on the top side of the map to do as he chooses.
I was also distracted by your green and yellow comment. Didn't cop that he's going to be Tankazir.
Yeah.
Grasp the Undying for Humanoid as well means that he's going to be very difficult to take out in the side lane. I do like the adaptation. Yes, you'll deal slightly less damage, but you're on hit when it comes to Noah. So saying, as long as I don't die in the side lane, I should be fine.
And I will say that while usually, like internationally, that's what we see, there have been a couple cases in the LEC where we see the Grasp the Undying into just full-on normal Azir build, right? Not focusing on anything.
Silly.
Yeah, I agree. But sometimes, you know, they just like their bone plating. I wish it was Tankazir. Well, I don't actually wish that, Rob. I don't know why I said that. I never wished that in my life. I just lied in front of however many people are watching. Sorry about that. No, I don't wish for Tankazir, but it is good. It is good. We'll see if that's how he chooses to itemize. Would be good against the Akali as well. For now, again, all is quiet. Usually in this series, we have a kill around 5 to 6 minutes. For now, both sides just posturing. Razor going to move in, get a bit of vision down, make sure he can take the top side. Scuttle Crab is Carzzy and Hylissang fight for push. Xayah, a lot of good tools to push out here. Handshake goes a little bit wide, so a positive overall trade. But the Ignite ticking and immediately going to get cleansed away from Noah.
Nicely done by Vitality to get control of this bot side. And this is what we were talking about, is Carzzy and Hilly. They opted in very early to the Lovers duo, and they need to try and get that aggression to make it work. And so far, it's going to be great. Dragon going to be up in a little bit as well. Kind of look for the reset on both Hilly and Carzzy. Douglas too, and then try and look for that play off of this push. Nice demolish though.
Far forward up. The handshake! Oh, it's so dirty. The tower shot, the flash out, the arrow, the sidestep is good. Hylissang living for now. Healing up a bit. Fnatic now stepping in. Showing excellent handshake. Misses the earlier one, but makes up for it there. Gets all the sums from Hilly.
And Carzzy can't really trade aggressively because the bailout's still going to be there. So even if he tries to go toe-to-toe against Noah, Noah will just win out with the extended health bar that he ends up from the bailout. Jun now walking forward again. Does he look for the flash?
It's just a full 2v2. Nice sidestep. Again, the engage, the flash away. The bailout there. Do they take their time? Noah, he's going to heal back up there. Wait a minute, he died to get it! Oh my god, what a 2v2! Vitality get both!
Carzzy flashing into the bush to deny any subsequent auto attacks means that you cannot get the reset. I think Noah as well, missing just barely on that arrow from the piercing arrow as well, is heartbreaking for Noah and Jun.
And this was the first pick. These were the first two champions Vitality locked in for comfort, for power in the draft, to deny a potential Vi, or at least limit its effectiveness. Forces the flash, but Jun flashing so far back. Carzzy into the bush, as you highlighted. Yeah, you can see
piercing arrow goes wrong. Thinks that Carzzy is going to keep running, but Carzzy moves deeper into the bush. And that's a double kill for Vitality on that bottom side. Now with the reset coming through, Noonquiver already picked up. They should be able to get push on bot side, lean that in towards Dragons. And if you can deny some early Dragons from Fnatic, it sets you up nicely to play out in the later stage of the game where you trade Dragons for neutral objectives or even towers on that top half of the map.
Razork is here, and crucially, Noah still has flash. When level 6 comes around, Vitality are going to have to be careful. Hylissang, the handshake hits. Razork waiting on the Vault Breaker. Dash in from Hylissang. Now needs to retreat back to the waiting arms of Carzzy or Douglas, but he wants to keep stepping up. Dodges away from the arrow. Initial stun is good. Douglas taking his time. Doesn't proc it on Razork. Noah caught out. Couple stacks here, but lethal tempo procced. Gonna hold his own and push Vitality back.
Noah said a flash and cleanse, so Vitality decided not to overextend on the back of that. But Razork being there will prevent the bounce back from Carzzy and Hilly being as threatening towards Dragon as it was previously. So nicely done by Razork to stick his face into the harm's way to get Vitality out of that position.
Definitely good. Need to be careful about letting Carzzy have too much free space here. We saw last week in the game too. Carzzy can show up when it really counts. Needs to have that level of carry performance if he wants to take us to the game 5. Again, Vitality, the org's history is rough, potentially to be defined by this new roster this year. Never taken that series against Fnatic. Carzzy and Hylissang certainly have. Look to do so again.
It's nice from Douglas though, being able to pick these up. Photon having full control over this top side with Oscar not being able to really approach the wave to proc his W and heal anything means that Vitality will just be able to get this objective on the top half. Maybe Razork looks for something on the opposite end, but the reset from Carzzy and Hilly is going to make that very tough. They're not going to be there to try and answer unless it's a Dragon take for Fnatic.
Hylissang just now recalling. Carzzy back onto the map to try to move down to the bottom lane. Razork recalling as well, seeing that Grubs have already gone over as VTO trying to trade aggressively as possible into Humanoid. Pushback is good, but doesn't quite get him under tower. Hylissang there to follow up, gets the flash. Excellently played by the side of Vitality. R2 out to safety. That's the perfect execution down from VTO, but he gets the flash from Humanoid on top of the ulti.
Humanoid's still going to be able to shove in this wave, so VTO will have to reset and come back in. Hilly delayed on the reset too, but the wave is pushing into Carzzy, so Hilly will still be in a position to dissuade any sort of dive onto this bot side. And you got the objective on top half, so Vitality, unless they end up losing Dragon, honestly don't lose out on a huge amount there for Hylissang sticking around for so long in the mid wave.
Definitely good position to be in. They're trading top side as Photon doesn't walk into the blob. Oscar Renan now bouncing, hoping to get the Dominus out from Photon as well as heal up a bit of extra HP. Photon though, not quick to press that one. We'll take the blob away, stop Oscar from going in for the follow-up trade. An obnoxious matchup, all these mini-game top laners.
Photon can crash this wave though, reset, pick up his items, and then have the opportunity to TP into a potential dragon fight if they really want to. Douglas going for the reset as well. But I don't know if this has been communicated on the side of Vitality at the moment, but Douglas, if you beeline over towards the dragon, this could be a great moment for Vitality to pick up some of these early wins for themselves.
VTO has to be careful. Ball breaker over the wall, flash to connect, immediate ultimate, and down goes VTO. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Photon going all in. That's the passive gone. Is he going to be able to take out the blobs in time? He should be able to. Cole the Meek right around the corner, taking a tower shot, finishing off Oscar. Kills in top and mid.
Plates for Photon as well, but nice play from Razork to kill VTO. VTO wasn't ready for the Vi to come over the wall and doesn't have the TP to get back into lane. So Fnatic trying to set up in river, have the numbers advantage. The Humanoid's ult is just about to come back off cooldown.
VTO on the way, he has ulti. Vitality stepping up despite the fact that they could be at a man disadvantage if Humanoid steps down, but Humanoid just wants to reset. They're happy to concede this Drake. It's not ideal, but they got the kill. They got an advantage for the Azir. They don't want to risk throwing it away.
This is still something that Vitality can use. We already kind of talked about Dragon stacking for Fnatic is the way to force Vitality into team fights, and you have a stronger team fight comp as Fnatic. But if Vitality get these early objectives, they just get to play at a 1-3-1. They can cross map for top tower. They can cross map for even just a mid tower. Not really cross map, just
ulti flashed. Summoner traded for the ultimate will feel good, but the ball play a little bit harder as they don't have access to the Glacial Prism.
Huge amount of vision invested onto this bottom side for Vitality as well, just allowing Carzzy and Hylissang to play hyper aggressive, knowing that there is no threat from Fnatic. So Razork might try, or I mean, even if he tries for a lane gank, You can see there's a nice ward spotted.
Humanoid going in, instant scoop back. Razork in the area. VTO waiting in the Shroud. We'll spot him out. R2 dash out to safety. Good call out from Humanoid. The second the Shuriken flip is missed, he just goes all in, knowing that his jungler's closer.
VTO trying to play off the vision that he has, but just gets caught. And not going to be too much coming from it. Didn't have to burn the flash, so we'll still have a little bit there if they try to play towards it. But yeah, a huge amount of it is just trying desperately for Razork and Humanoid to find a pick.
Illisang trying to cut down Noah instantly. Finds the kill, the cleanse out. Noah, sidestep from Carzzy is good. That's a kill already. Hostile takeover from Johnny, uses the bailout on himself. The handshake gets him a bit more space, but Douglas is on the chase. The stun coming through. Carzzy with the double. Illisang pulls the trigger on the engage, and Douglas now chasing to follow. Razork forced to run. They don't have the kill pressure, but they'll get the camp, they'll get the kills, they'll get the plates on the bottom side. Razork still stepping up, though, because there's a TP coming in from behind. Oscar on the way in, only half HP, but Razork just knows that he's stronger. Takes out Illisang. Oscar, where's the elastic slingshot gonna go? Ball breaker to chase. TP now coming in from Photon as well. It's a hot mess. The Azir can start to roam down. This could be disaster from Vitality, but it's a double TP. Oscar in the midst of everybody, the dominance. They want to get something back. The Carzzy's getting lower and lower. That's the shutdown. 2 for Oscar. The TP is clutch. The bailout is there, but they can't quite get the kill in time. No one drops. VTO, Shuriken flip back to safety. Humanoid on the push, though. His entire team behind him. Fnatic rally in the extended fight and look to find one more as Humanoid takes down VTO.
Fnatic chopped down Vitality as they think they can find the play. Illisang spots a Humanoid, actually just going to be able to walk away. But amazing stuff from Fnatic. They end up having just so many more members get there quicker. Douglas takes so much damage on the way up. By the time Photon arrives, it's just not worth it. But Hilly, he snuck his way in. And Humanoid doesn't realize it.
Gold dead even, but maybe just for a brief moment. Illisang taking his time, waiting for the dash back. Douglas there with the follow-up. They don't have the damage, but they have more than enough CC. Carzzy desperately stepping forward, but Noah's now in the picture. Humanoid with a pushback to get 2 under the tower. Yes, Carzzy gets the shutdown, but now Douglas and the rest of Vitality need to get the hell out. Carzzy, nice sidestep to move through. Ball breaker there. Illisang ready to interrupt if need be. Trying his best to protect the AD carry. The feathers do not quite connect, but the ulti from Noah does. Follow-up not going to happen. Both sides walk away from the 3v3. Humanoid the only one to fall.
Photon, though, on the bot lane tower is going to get some more plates for himself. 30 seconds until those plates drop. So Vitality, they get to walk away. They got the kill on Humanoid. They're getting the plates on side lanes. And that's a 5-kill Xayah with a 2.3k gold lead in this bottom side. And just going to get a quick replay as Humanoid trying to get the damage onto video. Okay, this must have just happened when we were looking.
Right before the play, maybe?
Oh. Just not quite able to get the Q auto damage onto
the
Humanoid.
list of Akali's embarrassing themselves in 1v1s against Humanoid is getting bigger. That's my only point. Just be aware. Because again, so many fights happen. We have to talk about all of them. This one just excellent play there from Vitality. I think Carzzy with an unnecessary cleanse as he does sidestep.
Jun just not really getting value out of the ultimate as well. There tries to get onto both Douglas and Illisang to dissuade them from coming in, but doesn't really get anything out of it. Now back to the picture-in-picture, you see Fnatic setting up on towards the objective. Illisang Douglas on one side, Video on the other. Photon going to be late to the party.
Objective goes down for Fnatic. Carzzy now potentially in trouble in the mid lane, does have access to the ultimate. Humanoid continues to just step forward. With the Leandries first, we'll see if he goes for anything tanky afterwards. But obviously a frustrating amount of damage output coming through. Carzzy 2.3k gold lead, Photon small lead of his own as well as 2 kills. These are the carry points on the map right now for the side of Vitality, but on the opposite end, Razork and Humanoid, who else could it be? Mid-jungle duo. So good in so many games across the split. Need to show up in match point here if they do not want to give Vitality access to a game 5.
They're very early Vitality on the spot wave, though.
Douglas setup is there. Hostile takeover sidestepped by Illisang. Get that cooldown out, and now VTO's in a 1v1 that he absolutely cannot win. He will dash out. He will thumbs up.
He'll have to run.
He just has to keep running. Elastic slingshot. Oscar waiting. Goes in. Short flip safety. VTO's thumbs upping, but I think that's a sad thumbs up. You do not want to get pushed out of lane by the Zac. It's probably an inevitability, but that does not feel good.
Especially when you want to be trying to fight this dragon, or at least getting something on the upside of the map for the dragon. But with Video back at base, Oscar is making his way down, just slingshot himself up the back of the Baron pit. So Vitality, they are about to be collapsed on, and they have nowhere to run.
Oscar in position, Carzzy has ulti, he has summoner spells, it's okay, but Vitality need to learn from their mistakes in the previous game. Photon on the flank gets pushed in though! Handshake is there, perfect change to see. The only target that Vitality can hit is Oscar, and he's one beefy Zac, but they're gonna try to shred through. I think he still has passive as well as the bailout. Vitality, we've already lost the exchange, but they want to keep fighting. Dagler's not going to be in trouble. Hylissang going to try to turn this. Carzzy, can he do the necessary damage to tear through? Carry stepping up. Carzzy doing a lot of work. Cleanse, flash out to finish Jun. Carzzy playing like a psycho. He doesn't have the feathers in position. It's too much. Fnatic take the exchange. They get the Drake. They get some kills. They're happy with that one.
Video is essentially useless in these fights without his ultimate, so he still has to turn tail and run. And Carzzy's trying everything he can in these fights with Hylissang, but there's just no front line. Photon gets caught out immediately with a great shuffle. And Oscarinin is able to buy a ton of time and space on this top half because he's got the Guardian Angel, because he's got the bailout coming through. He doesn't even go down. And then at this stage, you're just trying to buy time for the cooldowns of Fnatic to come back up. They turn onto Douglas, who steps too far forward. And then Hilly, this is a great engage, but you just don't quite have the damage because the position on the feathers thanks to the wall. And then yes, Carzzy gets Jun, but he's way too far forward from that position to follow through with the feathers on the opposite side of the fight.
He's just not in a position to pull them back through the enemy carries. VTO now in trouble. He tries to get tricky with it, but I just don't think there's a reliable way for you to get out. Can dash over the wall if he needs to, but Noah's here as well. VTO likely to fall. Luckily has the Shuriken flip, but Oscar not done yet. Q forward, not quite gonna hit. A minion might have interrupted there, but Fnatic punishing Vitality beautifully. Have the push on the top side as well as the Herald to back it up. Yes, Photon is pushing bot lane, but Vitality has to be careful.
Decisions aren't being made by Vitality. Douglas was on Raptors. He could have moved Carzzy and Hilly across, but they're a little bit late. And now Fnatic get full control and Hilly's caught.
Pull back. Handshakes have been good from Jun. And Oscar just continues to be a thorn in the side for Vitality. It's so hard for them to play in these side lanes. VTO just doesn't do anything to this Zac.
And Photon tried to dive on towards Humanoid. Humanoid end up using that ultimate to shove him out onto the bot side, so no tower tier 2 taken or pressure made. Video.
What?
Oh, video.
Okay, all right, you staggered the recall. Maybe that can get something, but Razork's already looking to make another play in the mid lane. Wave's gone, just provides enough threat to stop them from auto-attacking. VTO, again, doesn't do any damage. It's tough. I mean, it's just, you just have a Lich Bane. It's a Zac with 1.5 items. His health pool is just too big. Photon wants to make a play in bottom side, but just all dashes for nothing. All Fnatic moving. Carzzy the one now in trouble. TP bot lane, they see their window of opportunity. They know that Carzzy doesn't have cleanse because of the previous play, but he does have the feathers. Jun now in trouble, uses the bailout himself, tries to get an extra moment. Razork now stepping in, but Noah now finally coming in, ready to play cleanup. Oscarinin trying to buy his 80 carry space, and he'll buy more than enough because Photon can do nothing. Noah just free hitting, doing whatever the hell he pleases in this exchange. So much work done by the Fnatic front lines, but it is Noah who is reaping the rewards. A triple kill for Humanoid in the fight.
Hylissang dives in front of Carzzy to tank the handshake. But there's way more in the tank for Fnatic. They destroy Vitality in that position. As you catch it here in the replay, the handshake comes through from Jun, but watch Hylissang actually gets in front of it here and tanks it up. But Carzzy does manage to get away from the ultimate, but the stun is there from Razork. Humanoid's in a great position to get damage onto Douglas. Oscarinin's coming in from all sides, and Carzzy's used everything. And sure, Video managed to TP into the fight, but it's already been decided. And all he gets to do is from the smoke, dip, hide, run away. Because Fnatic are chasing everyone down.
And now Fnatic are just in such a good position. They've got the control mage at 2 items. Already the hourglass available for Humanoid. He hasn't been hesitating to make plays, but now it's so much easier knowing you have the luxury of the stasis.
And people were doubting Fnatic when he came into this. Vitality actually going to look for a hero play. Going to just try and sneak away this. You can see Douglas on mid-wave. They have no idea that this is going down.
They've already quick blades. This is very possible. It's going to take a decent amount of time, but Humanoid doesn't even suspect it.
Douglas is showing on the wave, so they're like, there's no way that they are trying to do this.
The question mark pings are coming out, though.
Hilly's so low.
But I think they've realized too late. VTO's here now to tank.
Razork is only now leaving his red buff.
Oh,
Vitality!
Gotten away with it!
This is so smart.
They lose a tower. They get the Baron. It won't mean much for them, but it stops Fnatic from getting any greater advantages.
Especially if they want to try and set up for the next dragon as well. Now you've got a Baron up minion wave that you can play off here as Vitality, and they're going to do just that. Azir trying to respond in the mid lane for Humanoid on towards the tier 2, but Carzzy will easily clear that out. And you can keep putting pressure here as Vitality. You don't have to reset. You know Fnatic are putting resources into this Dragon.
Good heads-up play from Vitality to give themselves a bit more time in this game. Fnatic were starting to run away with it. Goldie goes from 4K to a little over 2. As Vitality gets some standing gold in the form of the towers as well as the buff. Again, with Dragon gone, it'll be hard for them to do too much more with this first Baron buff. It gives them time to get a second item onto VTO, which will be crucial in the fights to come. Carzzy as well, 2.5, still overall stronger than Noah, but what once felt like an impossible gold lead for Fnatic to overcome. The 5-1 Xayah, now 7-3, some shutdowns given over, and I think Noah right back in the game and Humanoid pulling further and further ahead.
It's a 3,000 Red Bull Baron power play. I've been just shy. But it's the fact that you've got so much gold now into Carzzy again, I think you just need to try and set up fights in a position where maybe you can have a flank opportunity for Video. And Video isn't going to one-shot anyone. Video's job right now is distract. Just try and keep people's attention on him so Carzzy can work his way through these fights. Because you have a decent front line with the Lockets on Hilly, Douglas, and Photon, but it's still hard.
Yeah, and now you can see the Negatron Cloak coming in for Humanoid, right? He's going to get tankier. And that's a Lightning Jewel for VTO. So while you're talking about him buying space, he clearly wants to do damage. It's not a Seeker's Arm card or a Zonya's. Nothing that's going to buy him time or make him that much tankier. Full focus on upping his damage output. So maybe he can be a threat in the side lane. Maybe he can provide that backline threat onto someone like Noah. But right now, it is tough for Vitality to navigate this game. The only thing that makes it easy for them to step into enemy jungle right now is the fact that they have the Baron buff. Oscar going down to the bottom lane. If he's spotted, maybe an avenue where they can try to take this Zac down. Again, he's really tanky, but Carzzy does a lot of damage. Oscar, quick flash out of safety. Nice interrupt. Good patience coming in from Douglas there to wait on the Arctic Assault, but Oscar just ults out to safety. And in the meantime, top lane, Humanoid throws out the ultimate. Not able to find VTO.
It looks a bit funky, Vitality try to trade on the map when they have Baron, but they are still behind. And they kind of feel it now. Gold is starting to even up, but at least they are getting access to points on the map. And if you can start to get some control inside, you're in a good spot. But as you said, Negatron Cloak for Humanoid makes it impossible for VTO to actually 1v1 him. We've already saw the results of that. Zac doesn't care anymore. Zac is very, very big, and Photon doesn't really do much to him, so he's going to be happy enough to clear out the wave state. So while you're getting these towers, it still feels inevitable that we're going to take this fight in 3 minutes at the Dragon. When the Baron respawns, another fight for Fnatic. Vitality need a miracle. They need some sort of pick. They need some sort of misstep from Fnatic to claw back this game.
They've been here before where it's kind of all eyes on Carzzy. Can you be the player to make the difference? But Fnatic have so many tools to take him out, and he's walking forward in the mid lane. They force the cleanse out early. Carzzy needs to be the hero, but he just gets deleted. I don't know if you want to call it cast or curse or just honestly bad positioning on the midway, but that's a disaster.
That's the decisiveness I want to see from Fnatic, though. Immediately collapse onto Carzzy. And when people were doubting Fnatic coming into this, even themselves saying that they didn't feel like they were playing at their highest level, Fnatic have been fighting back against Vitality every step of the way, and now they're looking for Photon as well, trying to see if they can finally solidify that win and push themselves forward to that match against BDS.
Vitality's priorities in the draft. You get the Xayah Rakan, looked good early. You get the Renekton, hasn't amounted to much, but the things that were a pain for them in the previous game, the Zac and the Azir, are still such a headache for them to deal with. Clean cleanse from Noah. Little Captain Jack there for us, for our viewing pleasure. Vitality still trying to make these bold plays. They have a lot of damage. They should be able to just delete a single target, but can't make it work in that instance.
Especially with a minute and a half now until that Dragon. At this stage, I think you forego it as Vitality. Yes, it's a big risk, but if you can get mid-wave, push out top, group a video onto that tier 2 tower, maybe, just maybe, you can find these moments to play around the pockets of vision you can set up in the enemy jungle. But you can see what I mean about Oscar and Photon. Photon just doesn't do anything to Oscar anymore. And that's where your 1-3-1 game plan, that opportunity to try and find some threat inside lanes, is just dwindling.
Maybe you could do the classic Renekton late game maneuver of finding a flank or parking yourself on top of your carry to just be a point-click piece of CC. But it's tough. Randuin's Omen now coming in for Oscar too means it's that much harder for Carzzy to shred through that health bar. Yes, he does have Lord Dominix. Yes, he's at 3 items. He can, in an extended fight, win, but Fnatic have fantastic tools to make sure that that never happens.
Photon, group mid Vitality, I think it's just play for wave state. Prevent Fnatic from being able to immediately tank up your turret, and Carzzy, you can see him trying to play on the wave there. Take that out. But
Channel. Carzzy locked up. The ulti hits. The CC is flawless for a brief moment. Carzzy lives. Finally, the defenders are forced to fly, but it looks like he might die once again. He's untouched on the backline for a moment, but no! Oscar walks in. He slaps them together. It's a clutch performance from the man in the top lane. It's a shutdown for VTO, but I just don't think it's going to matter. He wants to E2 back in, but the mark is already fading. The bailout is already there. Photon desperate to get it back. He finds the shutdown. How much more can the Renekton get? Surely nothing else. VTO still standing. They know they can't afford to lose this fight. Photon healing up. Big initial impact. Dashing forward onto Jund. Oscar can't find the setting target. It's a miracle. Photon trying to keep this game in his favor. He needs to get the stun so VTO can go back in. He goes golden. VTO knows this is his time. Step up.
Shuriken flip's gone.
One more. Are you kidding me, Photon? It was supposed to be Carzzy, but when everything else falls apart, it is Photon in the top lane to keep Vitality's hopes alive. Oscar will get one back. Might just manage to make it out. The CC surely too much. Seismic shove, the final stun. Will the Zac finally die? The extra healing. It looks like the answer is no. He just keeps on living. And now Noah is here. Are you kidding me? Oscar is playing like a god in this game.
The blob is unkillable. Oscar managed to escape, but Vitality still get the fight. And a huge amount of this was, yes, you get the flash in from Razork. Yes, you managed to get the CC, but where is the damage to finish off Carzzy? He ults, flashes away from the arrow, manages to get a good amount of damage off onto people before it goes down, and then watch Photon immediately gets onto Razork, finishes him off, finishes off Noah, and then he's just working around this fight, completely ignored as people try to finish VTO, but he's consistently getting onto Carry, he's consistently getting the damage and the cooldowns back up. And then once he's in a position to follow through, they're able to do things. But Douglas now.
Razork. Again, the ball breaker hits onto Hylissang. Hylissang ready to back away. Dominance already comes out. Look at Oscar in the back line, ready to dive in. Carzzy tries to sidestep, immediate cleanse, getting him out of the hostile takeover. Hylissang goes back in. The Akali into the back line, and this time she does damage, baby! VTO did it once with Misfits. He wants to do it again for Vitality. Akali finally taking over in the fights.
It should have been done. It should have been over. Fnatic should have been the one celebrating, but Vitality, by some miracle, have found the fights they need, and they can go for the end. The base is just opening up in front of them.
And like any other miracle, you gotta see it to believe it, but here we are. In the clutch, Photon is there. Enough time finally bought for VTO. Oscar wants to clear the way, but will this be the death of Vitality? Will they get overeager? They need to end, but Jund is here. 5 seconds on Noah. VTO getting lower and lower.
They gotta run, they gotta get out, but Razork, his ultimate is up in just a couple of seconds. They're gonna try and chase them back away. There's a few TP wars a Humanoid could look for in behind them.
Ulti around the corner from Noah.
There's a
now
TP.
gonna come in. Good call out. This is it. This has to be the final fight.
Carzzy has no aid. He's no ult.
Carzzy has got to be in trouble. Photon trying to body block, trying to stop Humanoid from going in. Instant turn on the stun. Carzzy uncontested. They're in the choke against the feathers. You have to wait a brief moment. Here comes VTO. The mark up there, but Humanoid is next second because of the bailout. And now the turn and the finish. Fnatic. Oh, they punish Vitality, but can they end it here? They want to. You can see desperation on both sides. Fnatic, no. They've been gifted back. They had no business to throw the game away. They threw it, and now they want to keep it back in their control.
They can't end. VTO's going to crash the wave. And also, just the fact that you have 40-second death time means you'd have to get through 2 towers. The TP is for Baron. VTO taken out. Douglas won't be able to get there in time. Fnatic just playing off that moment from Vitality. The adrenaline was running. They thought they had their moment in their sights.
Wait, no. Super minions, observers don't use this. No one is alive. It's going to be 1 tower. Wait, 7 seconds on Photon. Baron goes down, 4-second recalls. Okay,
the pings are onto it though. Maybe actually, I think it's just Dragon. I think you just take Dragon. The Baron there as well for Fnatic means they'll reset fast. They'll be able to clear out. But Dragon is going to be the next step. And Zero Vision was really set up by Fnatic on this bottom side, so Hilly maybe seeing if he can get into position, but this has to be the Carzzy play. This has to be him finding those moments. VTO 8 seconds. He can TP in. There's plenty of wards. Fnatic trying to clear them out, but they're just not going to be enough.
They can't kill Oscar, but they can't kill Razork. Take the jungler out of the equation. It's not enough. Oh, at the end of the day, the itemization is not keeping him healthy, but he still manages to get the ult out. Now it's Carzzy in trouble. He pulls them back. Carzzy still throwing down so much damage. Fnatic now moving into the choke. They have to be careful. Photon continuing to step up. of the Dragon, the prize. But again, Chaos. Fnatic lose 2 in the exchange.
That's 2 Baron buffs gone. That's a Dragon for Vitality. They have to get these waves pushed out. They can't really get much more with the position that they have on the map. But they will be able to get these super minions at least pushed in to Fnatic's side of the map and deny Fnatic really making much out of this Red Bull Baron power play. You can see less than 1,000 gold accrued at the moment, and I think it's only going to dwindle from here.
Take a deep breath, Berlin, everybody at home. It's over for a minute or two. Both sides farming up, gearing up, getting their items. Fnatic on the cusp of facing BDS in the top 3 next weekend. Vitality looking to bring us to a game 5, 23-19 the kill score, but the gold is dead even. And frankly, it might not matter very much longer, depending on how long this game goes.
And these were 2 of the teams that were tied for that #1 spot. Fnatic ended up taking it because of the head-to-head strength, but you can see just how close this game is. And Hilly is off, waiting in the wings. Does he stop the recall? I think he has. I think he's still looking.
He's fishing.
He has been spotted.
How many games? How many games for Fnatic were defined by a Hylissang flank?
But look at all the vision. Pink in the brush, Pink in mid, Ward in behind them as well. Fnatic are very aware that Hilly wants to go for this. As you say, Hilly used to play for them. They're very much aware of what this man can do.
Fnatic think they have the opportunity while they hit this, but they're not aware that they're getting baited in. They'll finally spot Hylissang, but will it be too late? Jun needs to be quick on the reaction. They blocked with the Renata, but he managed to buffer the ult out. The hostile takeover. The pushback is big from Humanoid. Isolated on the side, with the 2 carries of Fnatic playing together. Uncontested on the other side of the wall for a brief moment, but their front line is falling apart. Raz are going to ulti, but the feathers fly again. Humanoid and Noah, can they do it? And here comes Oscar. VTO, not enough. Fnatic in the clutch keep their carry standing.
Humanoid drew a line in the sand and said, you will not take this game. You will not get access to our carries. And Douglas is desperately trying to clear the wave state, but it doesn't matter. Fnatic will finish him off with just a couple more pop shots. But without the wave, Fnatic, they can't get it. They can't end the game. What was a beautiful fight. They just cannot get the wave.
With the happy B, tries to sidestep. Doesn't really matter if he gives the kill over, but takes a bit of time. Killing spree now for Humanoid.
But look at it. Video gets to clear at this wave. They don't have a wave to end on. They go back to the sides. They go back to the drawing board, and they need to figure out again how to make this fight happen, because this was beautiful from Humanoid. You see the engage onto Jun. Noah cleanse and flashes over towards Humanoid, who opens up this wall of safety where nobody on Vitality can get access to Humanoid and Noah, whereas they're able to free hit over the back line and over the front line of Vitality. And then Razork immediately turns onto Karzi. Yes, he gets the ult, but the follow-up on the Vault Breaker finishes off Karzi. And Video has to run to the hills. Humanoid beautifully controlling that fight with that Azir ultimate.
That's a reaction I like to see. Cage will cheer. I respect it, Berlin.
Don't know if you can hear it with the headset on.
No, I can hear it on our stream, maybe. Hard to tell what's coming through in the ears versus in the studio, but okay. Fnatic, they had mid control, they have vision control, they have first access to Baron if they so choose. Neither side is on soul point yet. It's only been 4 Drakes this entire game.
It has to be to talk about summoner spells though. Noah has none available. The push down mid lane, they kind of realize, hang on a second, we don't have the defense. Oscar in. Will he get caught by Karzi here? Not quite able to get the root. But Noah having no access to his flash, as this Dragon's about to come up in just over a minute's time, he's going to be very vulnerable to a flash from Hilly, some sort of setup coming through as well from Photon.
And if we go game 5, we're breaking the kill record.
Maybe we might break it.
We might break it this game. What the hell? All right, I pledge no allegiances in the LEC. At International, obviously, LEC till I die. I'm a fan of good League of Legends, and I don't know what this is, but it's bloody, and I love it. And right now, Fnatic are on the cusp. We're moving on to face BDS. You heard it in the interview. You heard it in the voice comms. They were not happy with how they had been playing, but at the end of the day, a win is a win, and I hope we hear that joy from them today if they're able to close it out on the opposite side. Vitality in a similar state. Need to take us to game 5. The job won't be done for them. Side. Tries to get tricky with the Dagless, hiding the animation as he dashes to the side, but won't connect with anything. And now the push on the bottom side. Fnatic have a wave in their favor. Both sides debating. Every single decision could cost you. But Fnatic just going to set their sights on the tier 2, look to maybe push for more. You've got recalls coming in. Photon might be the lone member set to push this wave out in the middle lane. But Fnatic can just immediately go for the fight.
They can take it, they can go for the 3v5.
Ulti on the Carzzy, Hylissang now trying to disengage. The feather's flying, the flash to the side of Carzzy, it's clean! But Oscar buys so much space, and in goes Razork, and again it is Oscar! The damage from everyone else, but it does not matter because this Zac will not be stopped. Vitality pulling away, but their carry is dead. And that has to be it. But Fnatic don't want to be the ones to get greedy. They don't want to be the ones to throw it away.
It's a split call though. They're still going.
Photon doing a lot of work here, doing a lot of good damage. VTO now dashing in, pushback from Humanoid. He still has the cooldown. Hylissang still standing. They're trying to get in. Photon trying to take Humanoid out. It's the tank. The tank is here. Not enough damage. VTO still alive. Humanoid standing. VTO goes back in. Reset is there.
It's still going down. It's still going.
We go again, baby. We go again.
But don't go again. We're going to the base.
VTO has anything to say about it. It is chaos. It is insanity. It is blood and bone, and it is a banger, ladies and gentlemen.
It is LEC. What a banger of a series that we have here. As VTO cannot close out the game. He cannot find that moment to finish off the tower as Noah comes back up. But now you get both of the solo laners resetting. You're going to move back out towards the dragon. And this is only third dragon for Vitality, 37 minutes into this game. But Baron is also up on the cards. And that is the immediate focus for Vitality as they turn over towards that. Carzzy already going to start it up, knowing that you have to deal with that mid-wave as Fnatic.
No, has to be careful about stepping too far forward. Uncertainty, doesn't have the vision. Hylissang could be waiting in a brush for all he knows. But has the teammates to back him up as a TP in. The Baron's gone, but the 5v5, all that matters. All these other buffs are relevant. No one even close to an Elder.
But everything was used by Carzzy in that last fight. Only the ultimate open and remaining. Noah will have his flash back up, so he's going to be a little bit more safe. But Carzzy, he needs to play up. He needs to be the one to deal the damage, but he needs that protection to keep him safe in these fights.
It's so hard. Dagos has to choose between going into the backline or trying to peel for Carzzy, using the Arctic Assault to interrupt the Zac, but even then.
The Chaos Crucible on Hilly is going to be crucial as well at trying to keep Carzzy safe from Jun if he ever opens up with that hostile takeover. But once again, we're having the trade. Third dragon goes across Fnatic. Baron up. Baron buff could be enough for them to actually start to crack open some of these other turrets. And may not be enough for Fnatic to close out with the position that they're in.
Again, there's so much tension in this game, so savor the moment.
I forgot what number we're on, to be honest. I have no idea what number the kills are.
A breath. Everyone again. Reset. The setup on the fight, the summoner spells you've highlighted, Dagda. BTO with Flash, Noah with Flash, Douglas also the potential to make these plays. There's no objective on the map right now worth grouping for. So both sides might set up vision. They might try to find a pick. They might try to find an angle. But unless they group up and try to force a 5v5 right here, we're going to have a brief moment of calm.
No TP on either of the solo laners for Vitality, though.
No, this is crazy. He sees the ward, but he doesn't see anything. Hylissang, okay, all right. Observer's doing us a little dirty there. I thought maybe they start a fight.
I think at the moment, Vitality are happy to just take it slow. Let Carzzy get his flash up. Let the waves do the work. You have the TP advantage for Oscar in, and you don't have any way to get VTO into position. So if Fnatic have the opportunity to collapse faster, that's where the danger part is for Vitality. So moving the minions in, Cannon minion is going to start to take pop shots at this turret, as VTO is going to be able to get that top tower for himself off the back of this next wave.
So the tower will drop as well. Again, gold, it just doesn't really matter at this stage of the game, to be honest with you. It's already a death cap for the Azir. Yes, he delayed a bit to get for the Abyssal just to be safer in the 1v1, but Humanoid is powerful. Noah is powerful. Carzzy, BTO, Photon as well. Fnatic a ton of tools. Find the engage to stop Carzzy from being impactful in this game. Double Randuin's and Anathema's chains as well. Surely attached to the Xayah.
Baron buff is about to wear off though. So Vitality, they don't have the safety net of having these buffed up creeps anymore as they start to enter underneath the tower. Douglas supporting VTO on this top side.
They split the fight. Do they win if they fight two isolated fronts? Oscar Renan thinks so. He's kicking that one off, maybe hoping to just get some summoners. Or some spells out of VTO, but he interrupts the first dash. That's going to be clutch. VTO pushed away, taken down. Oscar, the timing, absolute perfection to interrupt the perfect execution, but Vitality now, desperation measures. Hoping to find the flank.
They tank the tower? I don't think they can just tank the tower by
They have
themselves.
a bot lane wave.
They're just going to try and rush for bot lane wave.
They wait as long as possible. They can't let their wave die. Oscar going to spot them out with the trinket. The interrupt, they need to kill Oscar immediately. The rest of Fnatic descending on them like wolves. Carzzy trying to get something back. The recall's there. He needs to get back to Hylissang to reset. Oh god, it's disaster. Surely this is the end. The pick onto VTO will end up costing them.
The kills.
Vitality hoping to get something back. The feathers out, but Noah off to the side. Uncontested, the knock up there. Carzzy's got no room to play. And surely this is it. Surely this is the final nail in the coffin, the GA. It's not gonna do anything. Fnatic. It might. Photon. He's still up. They managed to get out. But the push again from Douglas. He's just trying to clear the wave. Praying for one more fight, just one more. But Fnatic have given Vitality enough opportunities. They want to send them home packing, but VTO is back up again. The death timers are so damn long. Douglas will finally drop.
Humanoid has TP for the wave. He's going to use it to come in. I didn't know if they're going to use it to keep that single creep alive, but instead Fnatic, they are marching forward. VTO, honestly, you have to find some way to get rid of the wave, but how the hell do you do this as an Akali? He has the Zhonya's.
17, 11 on Hylissang. He goes in, tries to clear it, dashes through, wants to delete it, but Razork, Oscar ridden, eyes on the prize. It's the most kills in a best of 5 in LEC history. And it's Fnatic once again taking down Vitality, moving into top 3 in the LEC.
It took everything Fnatic had. Noah, head in hands, trying to figure out what the hell just happened in that game. But oh my god, what an incredible series from Fnatic.
And I gotta say, there's moments that everyone in this series can be proud of, but in the clutch, Fnatic were there, Oscar was there, so many engages. Vitality could not deal with this Zac. Humanoid just so consistently creating the space his team needed, finding the opportunities his team needed, either whether it was to keep him in the game or to win the fights. And even when it looked over, Vitality mounted such a good defense. Photon, VTO, in some of those final moments, but all it took was a single mistake before it all fell apart. You can vote for your key player of the series at LEC on X, Oscar and Humanoid or Noah. You can pick any Fnatic member, frankly.
Yeah, honestly. Photon, a hero play to try and keep the games alive several different occasions where I felt like Vitality were completely knocked out, but heartbreak from VTO on the stage, getting caught out right at the end.
He knows.
Yeah.
And it's crushing. You can't imagine the weight in that moment, how this will haunt him. But ultimately all he can do is try and come back stronger in the future for Fnatic. They're not going home. They're going back to the gaming house, back to the office, back to scrim, back to get ready for the week in front of them. BDS to the first opposition. Winner will go to MSI. Winner will go to our finals. Have a chance to take it all against G2.
I don't know.
I don't know what to say. That was insane.
Yeah.
Incredible game to finish the series on. Favorite series I've cast in quite some time.
That was bonkers. That was absolutely insane. The fact that we had so many comebacks, so many clutch opportunities on both sides, and it really did come down to tiny little decisions that end up solving the entire thing. I was convinced at several times we were going to a game 5.
As was I. And then they can't quite end on the side of it. I mean, it was just so chaotic and so back and forth. We could VOD review that forever. Times. Find little opportunities, little windows for either side, but just some incredible stuff, honestly, as we gear up on stage, getting ready for an interview now with victorious Fnatic.
I think the takeaway for me, though, for Fnatic is better skirmish in the early stages, better control when they had their moments. But honestly, we're going to chat to Noah in a second. Noah, phenomenal series. Really big step up from that guy. Even when we started to look at, hey, he's getting shoved off of things like the Jinx and the Zeres, which were the two things we'd seen him really pop off on in playoffs. The Varus looked great. He had phenomenal performances on things like the Xayah that, like, it felt like Noah was untouchable at so many points, and it became such a Noah and Carzzy story to see who would battle it out for the win.
an incredible battle, no doubt in my mind, but Fnatic are the victors. Let's send it on down to Oscar Rinnan and Noah.
Thank you, guys. Fantastic cast. Oscarine, Noah, thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Before I jump into any questions, to try and break down the madness of this best of 5, this was the bloodiest series, the most kills that LEC has ever seen in a series, and it almost went to game 5. You guys went above and beyond. Oscarine, your first thoughts on the series or the game?
I don't know, like it was perma-fighting, as you said, so like it was really frenetic. We had to think all the time where we wanted to fight or what we wanted to do, so yeah, it was really crazy to play. Like Noah is exhausted after this last game, you can see him. He cannot with his life, I don't know, it's crazy.
Noah, I saw you pulling your hair when you came here. You took a deep breath. 199 kills. A lot of them in the bot lane. Karzi and Hilisan gave you guys a run for your money. How did you experience the 2 versus 2 in the bot lane?
I mean, I can't think now. I mean, I'm so confused, so I don't know.
Crazy series, that is very understandable. Oscarine, I'm going to detach us a little bit from this series. I'm going to take us back to the previous one versus Team Heretics. Razork on the mic check, not very happy about that performance versus Team Heretics. What did you guys have to work on to come confident into this one?
I mean, yeah, for sure the last series were pretty shit by us. I think we played pretty well. And obviously we want to show a good performance since our objective is to win and to go to MSI. So we talked a lot and I think we were pressuring ourselves a lot and we tried to relax a bit, the stress and everything. And we're trying, like we had one day, so it wasn't really working a lot, you know. Like obviously it's not gonna change from one day to another, but I think we are improving on it, so it's fine.
All right, guys, I want to give you a rest real quickly, but before we get there, you're going to be playing versus BDS. Winner goes to MSI. Any thoughts on the bot lane matchup? It's going to be the Korean showdown.
I mean, yeah, I think Ice this is good, but I think we are better, for sure. Like, so I will repeat him.
You're better than Ice?
I will repeat him.
Perfect, that's great. And for you, Oscarine, you talked a little bit about the top lane matchup before. You talked about tanks and how, you know, you feel like a Chad if you win in a tank matchup. But let's be honest here, you're going to be playing against Adam, so you need a little bit of a extra type, I guess, preparation when you're going up against his champion pool.
I mean, for sure, like it's hard to blind tanks into his champion pool, so we'll see what happens. Like I'll see what to blind and everything, but I think it's gonna be a fun top lane. It's always fun with Adam, so let's see. I'm looking forward to the match. Yeah.
And we're looking forward to witness it again, and maybe we break another record for more skills in a series. I'm gonna let you guys go and rest. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you again.
Thank you.
And good luck in your series versus Team BDS. We're gonna throw it over to
Thank you.
PGL with Genie, Humanoid, and Nightshare.
Thank you so much, Trouble. Welcome to the PGL with Nightshare and Humanoid. Congratulations to you guys for winning that match. I want to start off with you, Humanoid, because you just came off of that series and you had to play that. So what are the emotions going through you right now?
I mean, I think both teams showed really high-level League of Legends, and that's why there were so many kills. So yeah, I had fun, and I'm happy we won.
From a coach's perspective, how was it sitting there in the booth watching your players go at it?
I think I lost another 10 years. So, I mean, we knew going into the series, right, that against Vitality, it will be a banger because it's always like they thrive in chaos.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, we just had to, I guess, match the chaos. And then, yeah.
Were there any big things from like a coaching point of view you really wanted to get the team to change coming into the series? Because I mean, you guys had a really bloody series the other day as well. So what changed coming into Vitality?
I think honestly, we just needed to pay more attention of where the opponents are at all times. Because a lot of times we are taking like man disadvantage fights. And we are also not playing like insanely correctly on our timers. So that was like the biggest topic that we had worked on in the one day, basically.
You mentioned that when Vitality plays, they like to bring the chaos, and you have to match that chaos. Was that the plan coming into this game? Was there no particular point where you thought that maybe it's better to reel it back a little? Because yes, it worked out in your favor from the side of Vitality. However, that chaos kind of bit them.
I mean, I think this is a better question for the player himself, you know, because like from coach perspective, of course, I would like them, you know, not to fight 24/7 and actually play macro a bit more when they're like overgrouping mid and such. You just kind of back out, you take both sides, you know, then you will have insane map. So yeah, I'll just toss this to Marek, I guess.
I mean, my plan was to fight them all the time.
Well,
why?
I mean, considering how fed you were in the game,
Yeah,
that
I mean,
makes sense.
It's no fun to farm minions the whole game, right? So you kind of want to fight. And I think, honestly, in our last series before, I felt like we were a bit too scared of fighting. So I think today the mindset was more to match them in the fights and, you know, outplay them mechanically.
What puts you into that perspective of yes, we want to fight? Because you said in the last series you were a little too scared of fighting, but this time you guys were very comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, I think fighting, even bad fights, is better than like not fighting at all, usually, which is, I think, what was happening to us in the last few weeks. So, yeah, I think we just came into it trying to match their fighting, and it worked somehow.
I think it was pretty clear from the outside as well that when you guys were fighting, like no matter if it was a good or a bad fight, at least you went in together, you know, as 5, and then something would happen. But, you know, I like that mindset as well, just seeing everybody being on the same page, because it was one of the advantages you had over Vitality pretty often as well, that they were kind of split, but at least, you know, when you engaged, you had a number advantage a lot of the time.
Who would you say has been the player on the team that has been the most impactful in this series, that you would give the player of the series to?
I think Oscar played really well on top today. He was strong every single game, so I would give it to him.
I would also give it to Oscar, yeah.
All right, well, the Kia player of the series is actually Raz. So how do we feel about that? How do we feel about the jungler getting all the praise? I know you're probably happy about it. You're like, yay!
Well, I think it can be seen from like different sides. I think if you compare the two junglers, Razork in a lot of the games was one step ahead and was able to create a lot of good plays. There was
Oscar. I'm joking.
I'm so confused.
Oh my God.
Oscar was player of the series. I'm sorry, I had to.
She had you. Oh my God.
Oh my God. You actually outplayed me.
I am so sorry.
But on a serious
Yeah.
note, I think he had a good series. What I was about to say is that, you know, I'm happy. Oh, I was about to be happy that the jungler got some praise for helping you in a few cases, because, you know, there were a couple of games where mid lane wasn't going your way, but then, you know, your friends came around and everything worked out for the better.
It's
but Oscar certainly deserves it for that performance.
I think it's particularly we highlighted that on the third game. I remember where you got dove early. Well, you got solo killed by VTO early on, and then was a canon event, and that's when Razork felt the need to step in. How did that make you feel? Because it felt like once you got solo killed, you just were like unleashed.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens. You know, if you solo kill me, I have to carry after that. So it was actually my plan from the beginning to get solo killed, and then kill him after, because he used flash, right? So
all right.
So it was all planned.
You took it personally. But also, as we say goodbye to Team Vitality, we have Trouble standing by with Hilly Sang for an interview. So let's head over.
Thank you, Ginny, and thank you, Healy, for joining me on this interview. Obviously, there was a running joke and a bet between us. I was going to ask you, why did you run it? But I don't even have the right to make this joke, because you very clearly did not run it at all in this particular series. You guys played a phenomenal 2 versus 2. Would you mind reflecting on the series we just watched?
Yeah. I mean, I did actually run it in the game 1 when I played Rumble. I died to the minions once when we could have taken a lot.
That was a very Healy death.
That was a whoopsie. Yeah. But I think other than that, I think we played good on bot lane. I think we were struggling a bit, maybe mid jungle. I'm not sure. I have to rewatch, but I feel like sometimes it was hard to answer a humanoid. And yeah, I think in general, I feel like we had a good game 1 with the Rumble. They didn't expect it, I think, or I don't know why they didn't ban it. We've had a good Varus Rumble game. We're very comfortable with these champs, and then I feel like I'm missing one game in my brain, but I think we played Senatam Kench,
and I feel like they were just moving them up better because they have often mid priority, or like they just push waves faster than Time Kenji does, so they can rotate fast on the map. And I feel like we got a bit dizzy on that one, and then missing one game, and then we had the Zara-Kan the last game. I feel like we just fell behind really hard, or like we took a lot of fights and we just lost all of them. But then we had a like really good Nash call, and then we knew how to like bounce back from this situation, and we made it really hard for them. We almost even won, and then we lost. So I don't know. I feel like we played well, but it was not good enough today.
You guys played really well. Finn sort of made a comment about you guys are so good at scrapping the fights. You guys are so good at skirmishing. You literally drag people through the mud, and today Fnatic was willing to take the trip through the mud and fight you, and they came out on top. However, I talked to you at the very beginning of the season. You're like, you know what? Scrims aren't going that great, but your run here was fantastic. The development of the team, the way you play as a team. So what do you see moving forward into summer?
I think we're just not as confident as a team, maybe, as other teams are. I feel like we are very hesitant sometimes when you have to like be decisive and pull the trigger without asking. And I feel like this will come naturally, or I hope at least will after some time. Because right now I feel like it's hard. It's very hard to play the game if I don't have the tools, or I'm behind, or yeah, if somebody else has to do it. I feel like maybe we lack this confidence of going in, and I think if we improve on this, then I think we'll be like very, very strong team and contest the #1 spot for sure.
Well, luckily they have you to learn from. You have the confidence and you have the foresight in this engaged and these split moment decisions. Healy, thank you very much for joining me on this interview. We're going to throw it back to PGL.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trouble. All right, back to PGL we go, because with this one, unfortunately, we're going to have to say goodbye to Vitality. And you said it during the interview, Nishar, they went really far. And this is a team that in winter might not have particularly had the best run, but we've seen so much improvement from them throughout spring. Has that felt the same for you, maybe in scrims or just in general?
I mean, if I'm completely honest, you know, like why I said they went really far, because in the beginning, it felt like they struggle a lot and they will not really find their way of how to play, right? And then suddenly they somehow, you know, beat Mad Lions, which I was honestly not expecting. I mean, it could have went both ways, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I was expecting Mad Lions will be better. But I guess they also have a lot of troubles there now. So yeah, I would repeat myself. I think top 4 for Vitality is pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they had a phenomenal improvement.
Yeah, I think really analyzed this pretty well too, saying that all it comes down to at this point, when you reach this level, is just getting team play, getting everybody on the same page, and that's one of the reasons Fnatic won today. Both teams are really strong individual players, but in some of the key moments, the coordination just wasn't there, and you need that to be on point. Even just 1 second of hesitation can lose you a series.
Yep, but you guys winning means that you're 1 win away from going to MSI. You know, I am just putting it out there. No pressure though, because the next game will be up against BDS, with Vitality being sent home. BDS has been a team as well that showed formidable performances throughout the playoffs. So on a scale from 1 to 10, how nervous are we to go up against BDS?
Like 5, I would say.
That's moderate.
I think they played pretty well against G2, or maybe a few games they played well, but I think we can take them easily.
Do you think for you there's a big difference in going up against Nuke versus VCO today?
I think they both play different champs and play kind of different style. I think Nuke is like more into like scaling mages like Azir, and VIT wants to play the aggressive champs like Akali, so they are just different a bit.
Well, you guys have a couple of days to prepare for that, so I hope you guys make the most out of it. Thank you for those of you as well for tuning in, but it is time to take a little breather, especially after that series. The LEC will be back with the Spring Finals weekend on Saturday, with Team BDS facing against Fnatic for a spot in the split finals. Loser goes home, but the winner can qualify for MSI. Everything is on the line. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your evening, and I'll see you then.
Bye.